Chapter 4903. But don't forget, Linny was not an ordinary person. He was a person with a powerful thunder attribute. In this place he was a living lightning rod. He had a hunch that the purple lightning above his head would most likely come for him. Instead of staying and waiting for death, it was better to take the risk to escape. Even if he provoked other dangerous existences in the process, it was much better than being struck by the lightning above his head. With Linny's current strength, the super butterfly microsteps was much faster than before. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was no different from teleportation. But no matter how he ran, the purple lightning was always hovering above his head. Linny was so scared that his heart suddenly trembled. He could only continue to run with all his might. He even used the super butterfly microsteps, which was his trump card. But it was useless. No matter how fast he was, it was impossible to be faster than the purple lightning above his head. It seemed that it had really locked onto him. Ever since he gained the lightning element, Linny had always been happy about it. Especially this time, when the lightning element led the fusion and created an unprecedented compound 8 spiritual roots. Linny couldn't contain his joy. But now he really had a headache. The lightning element was strong, but this lightning rod was a problem that could take his life. Sure enough, everything had its pros and cons. It was really a fool's dream to think that one person could have all the good things. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, the purple lightning hovering above finally struck down. Without any deviation, it hit right on the top of Linny's head. Linny was directly struck on the spot. His whole body twitched and struggled as if he was frozen. His whole body was emitting shocking electric arcs. If someone looked carefully at the side, they would find that he had been electrocuted into the air. He was purely held in the air by the lightning. Ordinary thunder punishment could not hurt Linny at all. Even if it was 10 times the thunder punishment, he could still grit his teeth and endure it. But now this purple lightning almost shattered his soul. Because the power of this lightning was at least 50 times the thunder punishment. Damn it! Linny roared in pain and almost fainted on the spot. Fortunately, he managed to retain a bit of consciousness in the end. Otherwise, if he fainted, he would have died without a doubt. With a powerful lightning attribute in his body, Linny could be said to be an extra-large human-shaped battery. Not only could he discharge electricity, he could also store electricity. He could directly absorb normal lightning tribulations, but now he was facing a lightning tribulation that was 50 times stronger than normal. This was far beyond the upper limit that he could endure. Not to mention that he was a living person. Even if he was really a battery, he would probably explode on the spot. In an instant, Linny was only an inch away from death. However, it was fortunate that after being in a daze for a while, Linny realized that he had actually managed to pull through. Although his body was filled with the extremely dangerous power of thunder and lightning, it was fortunate that the power of thunder and lightning did not scatter everywhere. Instead, it was absorbed around the 8 compound spirit roots that were mainly of the thunder attribute. Otherwise, even if he had 10 lives, he would not be able to survive it. This feeling was as if there was a powerful bomb buried in his body. Once it exploded, he would be smashed into pieces. However, it was fortunate that this was a time bomb. As long as he did not touch it, there was still a little time to defuse the bomb. The enormous power of thunder and lightning in Linny's body was restless. The only thing he could do now was to quickly refine it before it went out of control. This was because this had far exceeded the upper limit that Linny could endure. Therefore, the entire process became extremely difficult. Every time he refined it, he felt as if his dantian and meridians were about to explode. If he did not have a strong willpower that far exceeded that of an ordinary person, not to mention holding on to completely refine the power of thunder and lightning, even maintaining the last bit of consciousness would be an extravagant dream. However, fortunately, Linny managed to miraculously hold on. Feeling the unprecedented and surging power of thunder and lightning in his body, Linny smiled bitterly with lingering fear. Right now, his entire body was about to collapse from exhaustion. Because his clothes were constantly soaked in cold sweat, they were wet, dry, and wet again. At this moment, they were wrinkled and extremely uncomfortable. If it was not for the unfathomable danger in this place, Linny would definitely take a bath and change his clothes. After all, this was really too uncomfortable. Fortunately, this was Linny. If it was anyone else, they would have long since been struck until not even ashes were left. Even experiencing the feeling of discomfort was an extravagant dream. However, this suffering was not in vain. After surviving a great disaster, there was bound to be good fortune. Not only did he manage to keep his life, the power of thunder and lightning in his body became several times stronger. Although only a small part of it had been completely refined by Lin Yi, the rest could only be regarded as temporary taming. Just like the lightning strike that was comparable to a small lightning tribulation, it was a one-time consumable. Once it was used up, it would be gone. Only the small part that had been completely refined by him could be integrated into his spiritual root and grow endlessly. But even so, this time Lin Yi had gained a lot. The process was a little dangerous, but the result was still satisfactory. "Senior, did you feel that the lightning just now was a little strange?" Lin Yi asked as he recovered. "Why is it strange?" The ghostly thing was puzzled. Although its knowledge was far greater than Lin Yi's, after all, it did not personally come into contact with that purple lightning. The clues that Lin Yi could feel, it might not be able to. "I have received the inheritance of the giant electric eel, and experienced the lightning tribulation. After thinking about it carefully, I found that although the two are both powerful lightning, there is actually an essential difference." Lin Yi frowned and muttered, "Oh? Tell me more about it." The ghostly thing asked. "Not only is there a difference in the strength of the lightning, but more importantly, the thoughts contained in it are completely different." Lin Yi carefully thought about it and analyzed. The lightning tribulation is the power of heaven and earth, so it is completely cold and has no emotions to speak of. But the giant electric eel is different. Its lightning seems to have some kind of emotional color. There is such a thing? This time even the ghostly thing was shocked. It was not because of this discovery of Lin Yi, but because of Lin Yi's keen insight. Because he was not good at lightning, he did not know much about it. But one thing was clear. This kind of thing was not something that ordinary people could detect. He had a strong willpower, keen insight, and a tenacious mind that remained calm in the face of danger. Not only did this kid have an unparalleled innate talent like the spirit root, even these hidden innate talents were terrifyingly strong. It was really not luck that he was able to achieve what he had today. Chapter 4904. "You're saying that the lightning just now..." The ghostly being could not help but gasp. "It's not natural. Instead, it carries some kind of emotion just like the giant electric eel." This discovery was too shocking. Even Lin Yi had to take deep breaths to calm himself down. When he first thought about it, his heart almost jumped out of his chest. In other words, there's a mastermind behind the purple lightning? The ghostly being pondered for a moment before it analyzed. It's unlikely for ordinary human cultivators to enter this place. That means it must be a lightning-type spirit beast. Not just any lightning-type spirit beast can produce such a powerful lightning. Only those that stand at the peak of the lightning type, such as the thunder dragon or the lightning eagle, can do it. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. This was Thunder Burial City. Only powerful lightning-type spirit beasts could appear here. Although he had been struck by the lightning eagle once before and was not as powerful as it was just now, there was still a difference in strength between the lightning eagles. If it was the strongest lightning eagle, it might even be able to compete with the giant electric eel. After all, they were already top-tier lightning-type spirit beasts. It was not surprising for them to be able to produce lightning that was close to purple. Of course, it could also be the thunder dragon or other top-tier lightning-type spirit beasts. With their powerful racial talents, it was normal for them to reach this level. Could it be that I barged in recklessly and disrupted its death ritual? Is that why it's angry at me? Lin Yi suddenly thought of this possibility. At the same time, he was shocked. This was Thunder Burial City. There could only be one reason why those powerful lightning-type spirit beasts would appear here, and that was to carry out a thunder burial. If that's the case, then you've really drawn the best lot, the ghostly being said with a smile. Best lot? I should have drawn the worst lot. Great, it was just about to prepare for a thunder burial, but I barged in. It's obvious that I'm begging it to bury me together with it. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. Even at a time like this, it was still in the mood to joke. He really had to give in to this ghostly being. That's not necessarily true. The thunder burial is a very sacred death ritual for a thunder-type spirit beast. It can't tolerate any blasphemy. Therefore, I reckon that before it gets rid of an outsider like you, it won't rashly activate the thunder burial, the ghostly thing said disapprovingly. Oh, that's good. Linny subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief, but then he reacted. Good my ass. Even if the other party didn't carry out the lightning burial immediately, they would still deal with him at all costs. With the power of the lightning just now, he would die no matter what. No matter what, you should find a way out of here before the other party launches another attack. Otherwise, both of us will be buried here, the ghostly thing said. Yes. Linny nodded. He didn't have the time to think so much and immediately began to feel his way forward. If he was lucky, he might be able to find the array eye or a way out. Although the chances were very slim, he could only try it as a last resort in this situation. He carefully felt his way forward. To his surprise, there was no lightning this time. Although he was glad, Linny didn't dare to let his guard down. This was clearly the calm before the storm. Senior, do you feel it? Linny asked the ghostly thing. I feel it. Seems that your speculation was right. The entire space around us is filled with a strong resentment, the ghostly thing muttered. What? The entire space? Linny was shocked. He only faintly felt that it was very strange. This resentment was like some kind of existence that was embarrassed into anger. He didn't think that this resentment could actually fill the entire space. Yes, although my divine sense is blocked, my intuition has never been wrong. This resentment is somewhat unbelievably strong. The ghostly thing's tone was dignified and thoughtful. In that case, the thing that's targeting us should be a very heaven-defying thunder spirit beast? Could it be the thunder dragon of your dragon clan? Senior, you might be able to make friends with it? Lin Yi's eyes lit up. When it came to the most powerful thunder spirit beast, the lightning eagle would probably be ranked behind the thunder dragon. If it really was a thunder dragon, with the ghostly thing's identity as the former azure dragon, they might be able to sit down and have a talk. Boy, don't hold on to this kind of luck. Hurry up and find a way to escape. This aura doesn't feel like a thunder dragon at all. Even if it is, I have no friendship with it. How can I be related? The ghostly thing curled its lips disapprovingly. All right. In fact, Linny also knew that this idea was not reliable, so he didn't stop and sped up his pace. However, the visibility in this place was too low. It was foggy and he couldn't see anything. He couldn't sense anything with his divine sense either. Linny could only rely on his feet to explore the surrounding environment. At this time, Linny was no longer in the mood to look for the spirit-nurturing grass. No matter how good a treasure was, he needed to be alive to enjoy it. Treasures like the spirit-nurturing grass would have to wait until he was sure that he could escape. In the process of constantly exploring, Linny was suddenly shocked. He didn't need the warning from the jade pendant to know that a powerful lightning had gathered above his head. Linny only needed to raise his head to take a look and he was shocked. The lightning was almost purple before, but this time it was completely purple. This meant that the lightning above his head was even more powerful than before. Moreover, Linny clearly felt that with the appearance of this purple lightning, the resentment that permeated the surroundings seemed to have become a little more comfortable at this moment. It was as if it was using this purple lightning to vent its anger. Boom! The purple lightning didn't hover for too long like the last time. Before Linny could react, it had already struck down. Without any suspense, Linny was once again struck in the air. His whole body twitched and trembled like a sieve. The purple lightning just now had already made Linny suffer enough. And this purple lightning, even if Linny had some experience, he couldn't completely bear it. This was no longer simple pain but endless torture. If this continued, even if his willpower could withstand it, his body would definitely not be able to. After all, he was only a mysterious Ascension early-stage master. The power of thunder and lightning that he could withstand was extremely limited. Any more and he would die. Chapter 4905. There was no time to think about it. As soon as this idea came to mind, Linny immediately put it into action. He endured the pain, gritted his teeth, and mobilized the power of thunder and lightning that he had gathered around his spiritual root, pouring it out in the form of a lightning strike. Boom! There was a sudden explosion, and the dark blue lightning and the purple lightning collided head-on. Incomparably thick electric arcs instantly scattered in all directions, and it was a magnificent scene of thunder and lightning blooming in the air. Although this sudden inspiration did not allow Lin Yi to get out of the predicament, unexpectedly, it successfully offset a part of the purple lightning. At the same time, because of this electric discharge, his physical body, which had already reached its limit, also got a chance to breathe. At least there was space for him to refine the purple lightning. Huff a huff. Linny half knelt on the ground, sweating profusely. He panted heavily, and there were traces of electric burns all over his body. Fortunately, they were not fatal injuries. It was really lucky that he could survive this time. You're really daring. You can even think of this kind of method. Aren't you afraid that after your lightning is assimilated by the purple lightning, it will turn against you? This time, even the ghostly thing had a lingering fear in its heart. Lightning could absorb each other. Although Linny's lightning strike had exceeded his usual level, it was still much weaker than the purple lightning. It was very normal for it to be assimilated. However, from the result, it seemed that Linny had obviously won the gamble. How can I think so much in a hurry? Linny was also afraid when he thought of this possibility, but he quickly guessed the reason. He rejoiced and said, "It seems that my speculation just now is really right. There is another master behind this purple lightning." "What do you mean?" the ghostly thing asked in confusion. "If this is an emotionless lightning, then my lightning strike is very likely to be assimilated by it, because my thoughts are nothing in the face of the pressure of heaven and earth. However, if it is not a lightning strike but a lightning strike with the thoughts of someone, then everyone is working for their own master, and it is normal for them to cancel each other out." Linny speculated. "That makes sense. However, this is just your own speculation. It's mostly a gamble with your life. Kid, your courage is truly frightening." The ghostly thing sighed. "It can't be helped. If we don't bet our lives now, we might not have the chance to do so again." Linny smiled bitterly. "Fortunately, you won the bet. Otherwise, even I would have to die with you. That would be a great loss. TSK, 2 lives in one body." The ghost pursed its lips and pretended to complain. "Speaking of which, is this how you use 2 lives in one body?" Linny did not know whether to laugh or cry. It was clearly this guy who had instigated him to come here, and now he had the cheek to complain about him. He really did not know what to say. However, he also knew that this ghostly thing was purely joking. Back then, this guy had abandoned his position as the dignified Azure Dragon Elder, and thought of ways to run to the secular world. In the end, he ended up like this, but even so, he had never heard the word regret from him. To put it bluntly, this ghostly thing was a carefree and willful lord. It dared to do anything but regretting it? The word probably did not exist in its dictionary. As the two of them spoke, the massive resentment in the surroundings suddenly became even more intense. If it was just resentment before, then this feeling had now become a vicious curse. After Linny noticed it, he was shocked. He really did not expect that he had worked so hard to withstand the 2 lightning bolts. Not only did he not get through the crisis, but it seemed that this was just the beginning. When did he become so hateful? Kid, you have always attracted hatred. Everywhere you go, you have enemies. Everyone comes to find trouble with you. Aren't you used to it? The ghostly thing did not miss the opportunity to complain. Senior, can you be more serious? It seems that there will be more lightning bolts coming, and they will be stronger than the 2 just now. If I can't withstand it, we will really die in this damn place. Linny smiled helplessly. It's okay. Didn't you find a way to deal with it just now? I'm optimistic about you. You won't die. The ghostly thing laughed disapprovingly. It had more confidence in Linny than Linny himself. Even at this time, it still had the mood to joke. Linny shook his head speechlessly. Although the method that he came up with in a hurry did work, who knew how strong the next lightning would be? What if it couldn't withstand it? In any case, this place must not be stayed any longer. Even if it was purely measuring with his feet, he had to find the array as soon as possible and find a way out. Otherwise, it would be a disaster today. Not even a moment later, another bolt of lightning came crashing down on his head. The resentment seemed to carry a cruel sense of pleasure, and just as Linny had expected, this one was stronger than the last. The color of the lightning's eyes was starting to turn dark purple. Once it completely turned into a dark purple lightning, it meant that the power was similar to that of the giant electric eel. It was a terrible killing move that could kill a sea-splitting stage existence with a sneak attack. Even 100 Linny wouldn't be able to withstand it. This time Linny was already prepared. After receiving the warning from the jade pendant, he did not hesitate to pour out all the power of thunder and lightning accumulated in his body. An incomparably powerful dark blue lightning bolt broke through the air and met the purple lightning first. Lin Yi's heart was uneasy, because this lightning bolt mobilized the extra power of thunder and lightning accumulated in the last time. Its strength was far beyond his own strength. It was even much stronger than ordinary lightning tribulations. It already had the posture of a tenfold lightning tribulation. If it was before, even if you beat him to death, Linny would not have thought that he could release such a powerful lightning bolt. But at this moment he really couldn't be happy, because even if it was the real tenfold lightning tribulation, it was still too much weaker than the purple lightning bolt above his head. It was really difficult to say how much he could offset. Sure enough, when Lin Yi's dark blue lightning bolt encountered the purple lightning bolt, it almost didn't produce any sparks. In the blink of an eye, it was completely extinguished. Then Linny began to crazily convulse for the third time. The first time was severe pain, the second was torment, but this third time Linny was a little numb. This kind of thing began to happen again and again. The degree of pain was greatly reduced, but Lin Yi's heart was sinking little by little because this was really not good news. It must be known that pain was the most important self-protection mechanism of the human body. Once the body felt completely numb, it meant that the body had completely given up resistance. In short, there was no hope. Chapter 4906. Not only could he resist the lightning to a certain extent, but most importantly, he could prevent his body from exploding on the spot. That was the minimum condition for him to survive. Linny didn't know how long it had been, but he'd finally made it through the third lightning. His body was charred black, and he looked like a miner who just crawled out of a coal mine. At the same time, he was a ragged homeless man. It was a sight that would make anyone who saw it cry. "I told you, kid. You'll definitely survive. Keep it up." The ghostly thing chuckled. "Fuck. Senior, please don't mock me. I'm really going to die if this happens a few more times. Senior, if you have any ideas, please use them now. I really can't hold on any longer," Linny said weakly. He believed that with the ghostly thing's ability, it would not be helpless. If it was willing to help, it would definitely have a way to get out. To his surprise, the ghostly thing curled its lips and said, "What ideas do I have? If I had a way, I would have taught you long ago. Why would I let you suffer so much? No matter what, you're one of us. I'm not a psychopath. Why would I watch you get struck by lightning for nothing?" Linny rolled his eyes speechlessly. To be honest, he seriously suspected that the ghostly thing was a psychopath. Although he did not ask about it, he was sure that it had lived for at least 1,000 years. Moreover, it had been struggling at death's door for so long in this half-human, half-ghost appearance. It would be strange if it did not have any psychological problems. But to be honest, after watching for so long, I finally figured out something. The ghostly thing's tone suddenly changed. After all, it was a matter of life and death. Could not do nothing. It was basically a fool's dream for Linny to escape by himself. What's the meaning? Linny immediately became spirited. This place is not to be underestimated, the ghostly thing said seriously. Nonsense. Linny rolled his eyes again. This was the legendary Thunder Burial City. He had been struck by lightning 3 times in a row. His whole body was almost cooked. How could this place be ordinary? I'm not talking nonsense. Don't tell me you've forgotten that although I don't have a physical body right now, I've been nourished in your jade pendant for so long. My primordial spirit has long since recovered to its peak, and it's even more refined than before. However, this place is still able to isolate my divine sense. Do you know what this means? The ghostly thing's tone was solemn. What do you mean? Linny quickly asked. This means that this isn't a formation at all, because there has never been a formation on Heaven Stage Island that could completely block my divine sense. Even the most profound formation I've seen could only restrict my divine sense at most. It definitely wouldn't be as useless as it is now. The ghostly thing sighed. Then what is this? Linny didn't understand. Since he was in Thunder Burial City, he deduced that there was an extremely powerful formation here that completely blocked out divine senses. That was the most logical logic. However, this deduction was denied by the ghostly thing. With his experience, he couldn't think of any other possibilities. Do you still remember the half-moon lake on the North Island? The ghost asked instead of answering. Of course I remember. Lenny nodded immediately. The half-moon lake could be said to be the most shocking thing he had seen since he came to Heaven Stage Island. The whole half-moon lake was the body of the same spirit beast. How terrifying it was. To be honest, when he heard this from the ghost, even with his courage and temperament, Lenny could not help but feel his legs turn to jelly. Before that, he had even fought with a humanoid puppet created by the ghost and even won the 10,000-year tree crystal. In retrospect, it was simply incredible. At that time, only the ghost could scare the spirit beast, so he was lucky enough to escape. Otherwise, even 10,000 Lenny would have died in it. The trip to the South Island let Lenny see the power of the Spirit Beast clan. Not to mention the ghost, the former Azure Dragon, the Vermilion Bird was already standing at the top of the Spirit Beast clan. Later, he saw the 5-poison Flood Dragon and the giant electric eel, which were beyond the sea-splitting stage. However, the most shocking thing to him was still the Half-Moon Lake. So far, Lenny did not know the specific strength of the Half-Moon Lake, but he thought it was not much weaker than the powerful spirit beasts on the South Island. Now that he thought about it, there was such a hidden existence in the back mountain of the North Island. Senior, why do you suddenly mention this? Lenny was a little confused, but then his expression changed and the corner of his mouth began to twitch. No way. When I was in that guy's body, my divine sense was as useless as it is now. This is the only time, the ghost said faintly. Fuck. Lenny was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. When he looked around again, his expression suddenly became unnatural. He gasped and said, Senior, do you mean the entire Thunder Burial City is the same as the Half-Moon Lake? A super spirit beast that has become a spirit? I didn't say that. You're just making a wild guess. Do you think it's possible for such a large basin to be a spirit beast? The ghost said disapprovingly. Since it's possible for the Half-Moon Lake, of course it's possible for the Thunder Burial City. Lenny said firmly. No, they are completely different. The real body of the Half-Moon Lake is actually the giant fir tree in the middle, and the surrounding Half-Moon Lake is just a derivative of its huge roots. Therefore it is a real life form. As long as it has enough opportunities, it will naturally become a spirit. However, look at the Thunder Burial City. Does it look like a life form? The ghost asked. This doesn't seem like it. Lenny shook his head. It was understandable that the giant fir tree had become a spirit, but if the Thunder Burial City, which was made of soil and stone, had also become a spirit, then his worldview and outlook on life would really collapse. Lenny was stunned for a moment, then he quickly asked, But how do you explain this situation? According to what you said, your divine sense will only lose its effect when it enters the body of a powerful creature, right? You can say that. That's why I speculate that although this place is different from the Half-Moon Lake, there should be some similarities. Don't you think the resentment in the surroundings is a little too strong? The ghost asked. It is indeed too strong. Even a top-notch thunder-type spirit, beast like the Thunder Dragon shouldn't be able to release its resentment out of nowhere and fill this place with it. Right? Unless, Lenny said hesitantly. Unless what? The ghost asked. Chapter 4907. Speaking of malicious spirits, aren't I a ready-made malicious spirit? It's just that I don't usually harm people. The ghostly thing chuckled. Lenny was rendered speechless. However, he soon understood what the ghostly thing meant. He asked in surprise, Senior, what do you mean? A primordial spirit. Although we're not inside a living creature like the Half-Moon Lake, we're inside a gigantic primordial spirit. That's the only explanation, the ghostly thing said in a firm tone. That makes sense. Lenny nodded. First, the ghostly thing's divine sense was ineffective. Then there was the strong resentment in the surroundings. This seemed to be the only explanation. Then he asked curiously, what kind of thing can have such a gigantic primordial spirit? Can it cover the entire Thunder Burial City? Although Lenny did not know much about primordial spirits, he knew some basic knowledge. For example, a primordial spirit would usually maintain its original appearance. Even if it did not, it would only condense into a cloud of ghostly mist like the ghostly thing. Although it was not impossible for it to disperse in all directions, wouldn't that increase the risk of the primordial spirit being destroyed? It was difficult for a primordial spirit to exist out of thin air. Even the ghostly thing, the former azure dragon, was on the verge of death. Without the support of a physical body, it would be like a tree without roots or water without a source. It would only dissipate bit by bit. However, if the primordial spirit was gigantic, it would only speed up the process. What's the most common thing in this place? The ghostly thing asked. Since this is Thunder Burial City, it's only natural that the number of dead thunder attribute spirit beasts is the most. At this point, Lenny suddenly thought of something and he asked, Senior, are you saying that this primordial spirit is a dead thunder attribute spirit beast? That's right. Judging from the looks of it, it's not just one or two primordial spirits. It's a strange existence that has gathered countless primordial spirits of thunder, attribute spirit beasts. This is a vengeful spirit, primordial spirit. The ghostly thing said with certainty. A vengeful spirit, primordial spirit. Lenny was horrified. An evil primordial spirit that had gathered the resentment of countless thunder attribute spirit beasts. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. That's the only explanation. Perhaps it was only the soul of a certain lightning spirit beast in the beginning. However, if that's the case, it wouldn't have been able to last long. Thus, it could only devour the souls of other lightning spirit beasts and grow stronger. That's why it became what it is today. Really is a monster. The ghostly thing sighed. But if it's just a vengeful spirit, why can it use lightning to strike me? Lenny could not help but wonder. Logically speaking, aside from spiritual sense, a primordial spirit could not use any offensive or defensive martial techniques. Naturally, lightning was no exception. I was also curious about this problem at first, so I didn't think about it. But I just thought that if I can find a temporary host, even if it's just a vengeful spirit, I can use the host's power when he was alive. I can find the corpse of any thunder spirit beast here, and I can use the power of thunder. The ghostly thing said. So that's how it is. Lenny suddenly understood. After being stunned for a moment, he suddenly thought of something. With a strange expression he asked, If I die, Senior, will you do the same? Yes. The ghostly thing laughed and did not give a direct answer. I guess you will. Lenny smiled bitterly. Although they were familiar with each other, he did not dare to flatter the ghostly thing too much. Don't forget that when they first met, this guy had the idea of taking over his body. Once he died, this guy would definitely not sit still and wait for death. It was almost inevitable that it would take over his body. To expect this guy to regard his body as something sacred and inviolable was simply an idiot in the eyes of the ghostly thing. But then again, Lenny did not expect such a thing to happen. If he really died, everything would have nothing to do with him. Being able to let this ghostly thing borrow his body could be considered as a benefit to him. After all, one should not let the goodies flow into one's field. Alright, enough nonsense. You know what to do next, right? The ghostly thing returned to the topic. Of course. Lenny nodded in a deep voice. Since he had confirmed that this was not a formation, there was no so-called formation I. There was only one way to leave this place, and that was to find the corpse that the vengeful spirit was temporarily residing in and destroy it. There was no other way. The lingering resentment in the surroundings was getting stronger, which meant that the fourth lightning strike was not far away. Although he had withstood 3 lightning strikes in a row, Lenny still did not have the slightest confidence that he could face the 4th and 5th lightning strikes. This was because he could tell from the vengeful spirit's behavior that the stronger the resentment, the stronger the lightning. Therefore, Lenny had to race with the ghostly thing. He had to find the ghostly thing before it launched a stronger attack. Only then would he have a chance of survival. Otherwise, he would definitely die today. However, it was easier said than done. Putting aside what he should do after finding the ghostly thing, it was extremely difficult to find the corpse that the ghostly thing was residing in. His vision was blocked, and his divine sense was ineffective. He could only search with his feet. Under such circumstances, finding a corpse in Thunder Burial City was easier said than done. It was no different from finding a needle in a haystack. However, Lenny had no other choice. This was the only way. Even if he had to kneel, he could only grit his teeth and crawl. Otherwise, he would die. After searching for a while, Lenny suddenly stopped. There was a white skeleton under his feet. It seemed to belong to some kind of bulky dog-type spirit beast, but he was not sure what kind of spirit beast it was. Linny only took a glance at it before continuing to explore. This skeleton could not possibly be the host of the vengeful spirit. After all, it had been dead for a long time and had rotted into a pile of bones. Some of the bones even showed signs of weathering. Putting aside the question of whether the vengeful spirit could still reside in it, even if it did, it would not be able to move, let alone anything else. In addition, there was another important reason. The vengeful spirit Yuan Shan's strength was largely limited by its host's strength when it was alive. It was impossible for an ordinary thunder-type spirit beast to unleash that kind of purple lightning just now. Only the few thunder-type spirit beasts that stood at the top had a chance. As a result, instead of saying that he was looking for a lightning beast's body, it would be more accurate to say that he wasn't looking for a normal lightning beast's body. His target range was very limited, and there was an 80 to 90% chance that it would be a lightning eagle or a lightning dragon. Chapter 4908. Although they looked shocking, they were all ordinary thunder-type spirit beasts. Perhaps they could cause trouble in the outside world, but if they wanted to be chosen as a host by the vengeful spirit primordial spirit, they were obviously not qualified. While he was exploring, another bolt of purple lightning struck down from above. Linny was already prepared. He waved his hand and struck again. What happened next was a repeat of the crazy scene from before. Fortunately, Linny was a little surprised. This time, the purple lightning was not much stronger than before. With the previous experience, he was able to successfully resist it. Of course, he looked very miserable, but he did not suffer many substantial injuries. Could it be that this is its limit? Linny was suddenly happy. The lightning tempering had made him a lot stronger than when he came in. Not only had the power of the lightning become stronger, but even his body had become more resistant to electricity. With his current state, if he walked out, let alone a normal lightning tribulation, he would be able to resist 5 times the lightning tribulation without batting an eyelid. 10 times the lightning tribulation would at most make him groan. After all, he had endured at least 50 times the lightning tribulation. Especially the last 2 times, it was estimated that it was nearly 100 times. It seems to be the case. The power of its purple lightning is already comparable to a mountain opening stage master. It is impossible for it to be stronger than this. The ghostly thing agreed. Why is that? If it is really a top-level thunder-type spirit beast, it is not strange for it to be above the mountain opening stage, right? Linny was puzzled. The strength of top-level thunder-type spirit beasts like the thunder dragon and the lightning eagle would not be much weaker than the top-level masters of the other spirit beast clans. Otherwise, no one would look at the thunder-type spirit beasts seriously. In other words, even if the strength of the powerful existence among them was not comparable to the 4 top elders, the strength of the earth opening stage was at the very least. It's not strange, but you have to know that even if the vengeful spirit's primordial soul is attached to their corpses, it's impossible for it to display all of its strength when it was alive. It's bound to be damaged, and it's very normal for it to fall by a realm. Spirit beasts at the earth opening stage can only display the strength of the mountain opening stage in its hands, and it's very difficult to be stronger than this, the ghost explained. So that's how it is. Senior, you should have told me earlier. I've been so worried for so long. Linny finally let out a sigh of relief. His nerves had been stretched taut since just now. He really thought that he was not far from death this time. However, after listening to the ghost's words, he could finally put his heart back into his stomach. How can I guarantee this kind of thing? Even if its strength is reduced by a great realm, what if the corpse turns out to be at the sea-splitting stage? Wouldn't you still die then? The ghostly thing laughed in schadenfreude. Aren't sea-splitting stage cultivators capable of fighting over the 4 grand elders of your spirit beast clans? How could there be so many sea-splitting stage cultivators? Senior, don't lie to me. Linny curled his lips and said, there aren't many sea-splitting stage spirit beasts, but who told you that there aren't any thunder attribute spirit beasts? They used to be a powerful existence in the past. If it weren't for the appearance of the spirit beast king, they would have met a similar fate as the ghost-eyed eagle king. Most of them were forced to hole up in this thunderous plain island. Perhaps they would have had a share of the 4 grand elders, the ghostly thing said with a sigh. In that case, the spirit beast king has simply reshuffled the power structure of your spirit beast clan. Linny sighed with heartfelt emotion. Nonsense, it's the only one in history to be able to forcibly unite all the spirit beasts into one clan. This kind of matter is only a trivial matter in its eyes, the ghostly thing said in a deliberately indifferent manner. It didn't realize that its tone had unconsciously changed as soon as it mentioned the spirit beast king. Linny secretly smiled when he heard this. The spirit beast king really deserved its reputation if it could make this ghostly thing admire it from the bottom of its heart. While the two of them were communicating with each other through their souls, Linny was still rapidly exploring the surroundings. There were already no less than 100 skeletons under his feet. If it weren't for the current critical situation, Linny would have definitely slowed down his pace and widened his horizons. This place was simply a Thunder Attribute Spirit Beast museum. There were all kinds of strange and bizarre things. After a while, an incomparably huge amount of resentment was accompanied by a loud rumble of purple lightning. Linny threw out a lightning strike to contend with it. Then he once again broke into a dance in the air. To be honest, he had already started to get used to it. The time between the beginning and the end is getting shorter and shorter. It seems that we'll soon find the master. The ghostly thing began to excitedly rub its palms together. Even if we find it, we might not be able to defeat it. Senior, why are you so excited? Linny couldn't help but feel a little speechless. Although there should be no problem with his previous deduction, the problem was, what should he do after he found the opponent? Even if the opponent only had the strength of the mountain opening stage, he wouldn't be able to defeat it as a mere early-stage mysterious ascending stage. After thinking about it, Linny felt that the only good news at the moment was that he was becoming more and more resistant to electricity. The opponent should not be able to kill him in a short period of time. Otherwise, if it was a mountain opening stage being of other attributes, he might be killed in a second. Of course, if that was really the case, he wouldn't foolishly take the initiative to find the opponent. Instead, he would only run as far away as he could. He didn't dare to be caught by the opponent. Why can't I defeat it? The ghostly thing disagreed. It curled its lips and said, "It's not a real mountain opening stage spirit beast. At most it's a controlled corpse. It's full of flaws. It's perfect for you to practice your moves." Really? Linny was stunned. From what the ghostly thing said, the opponent was nothing to be afraid of. However, no matter what, it was at least a mountain opening stage being. Was it really that easy to deal with? Take a guess. The ghostly thing chuckled. Guess your sister. Linny was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He really didn't know what to say to such a fellow. He could only continue to search in silence. Whether the ghostly thing was telling the truth or not, he would find out once he tried it. After that, there were another 2 bolts of purple lightning. With Linny's rare body talent, although he could be reborn every time he was hit, he still couldn't endure being struck continuously. If he was hit a few more times, he might overload his body and die from heart paralysis. However, fortunately, he finally found an extremely blurry and huge shadow in front of him. Linny instantly felt that something was different because the opponent was moving. At the moment, they were only about 100 feet apart. Due to the heavy fog, Linny couldn't see the opponent's face at all. The first thought that appeared in his mind was, "Is this dead or alive?" Chapter 4909. However, if it was alive, it meant that it was a thunder-type spiritual beast that was about to die. It was very likely that it would trigger the thunder burial ritual soon. Should he still rush forward? Linny only hesitated for a moment before he heard the alarm of the jade pendant. Without even looking at it, he subconsciously activated his extreme butterfly steps and dodged to the side. Boom! This time it was not purple lightning that fell, but a giant claw. To be precise, it should be a giant bone claw. At first glance, it looked like an eagle's claw, but when he raised his head slightly, he could see that it was not an eagle's body at all. Its huge and ferocious head was suspended in the air, and its eye sockets were emitting 2 terrifying purple lights. Thunder Dragon! This time Linny almost blurted out. He had never seen a thunder dragon before, but there was no doubt that the giant beast in front of him was a thunder dragon. Moreover, it was a thunder dragon that had been dead for a long time. There was not much dry skin and flesh on its body, and white bones could be seen everywhere. The strong death aura really made one's scalp tingle. It seems that my previous guess was right. The spirit of resentment is controlling this thunder dragon's corpse. Kid, your chance to show off your skills is here." The ghost did not miss the opportunity and laughed. Damn! Linny was simply full of vulgarities. Previously, he had been struck by purple lightning so many times that both his spirit and body were already exhausted. Now he had to face such a huge thunder dragon alone. Wasn't this a trap? Even if this was just a thunder dragon's corpse controlled by the spirit of resentment, it was still comparable to the existence of the mountain opening period. It was easy for the ghost to say, but the problem was that it was not so easy to deal with. However, in order to survive, he could only fight to the end. It seemed that because so many lightning strikes had not killed Linny before, the thunder dragon's corpse actually gave up on the purple lightning and directly launched an attack with its huge body. After a sharp and ear-piercing roar, two giant bone claws slapped down at the same time. Linny's eyelids twitched. If he was hit by this attack, he would definitely be smashed into minced meat. What was even more difficult to deal with was that although this fellow's huge body was close at hand, it appeared very ghostly due to the cover of the surrounding fog. The attack came without warning, and if one were to observe it purely with the naked eye, by the time they saw its bone claws, they might have already been smashed to death. Fortunately, Linny had the jade pendant as an early warning, and with the help of the extreme butterfly subtle steps, he could successfully avoid the attack. Otherwise, it would be good if he could escape, let alone fight against it. Dodging two bone claws consecutively, without waiting for Linny to heave a sigh of relief, a bone tail swept towards him from the side. There was no need to experience it personally, just looking at the momentum was enough to make one's scalp go numb. This tailbone covered an extremely large area, and it almost completely sealed off all of Linny's escape routes. In a moment of desperation, Linny hastily shot out his Zhanqi without any regard for the price. His feet suddenly exerted force, and his whole body instantly soared into the sky. Hiss! Seeing this, the thunder dragon's dried corpse let out a terrifying roar, opened its huge mouth and bit towards Linny, who was in midair. Seeing this, Linny was scared out of his wits. At this time he was in midair, and he didn't even have a foothold to borrow strength from, so how could he dodge? At this critical moment of life and death, he watched helplessly as the thunder dragon's huge mouth got closer and closer. If he was bitten, Linny's body would instantly be smashed to pieces. After all, the thunder dragon was a powerful existence that stood at the top of the thunder attribute spirit beasts. Not to mention its powerful power of thunder and lightning, its physical combat strength alone was already not to be underestimated. Even if this thunder dragon's dried corpse only retained 30% of its strength when it was alive, it was enough to kill Linny without a burial place. However, at this critical moment, when an ordinary person's mind would have gone blank, Linny's mind turned even faster than usual. Unexpectedly, he thought of a clever way to escape death. Taking advantage of the moment when the thunder dragon opened its mouth to bite him, Genuine Qi suddenly shot out from his back, and he took the initiative to send himself into the thunder dragon's huge mouth. If this was a living thunder dragon, Linny would definitely not dare to do this even if he was beaten to death, because sending himself into the thunder dragon's mouth was basically suicide. Fortunately, this was only a thunder dragon's dried corpse, so as long as he could avoid being bitten by its sharp teeth, entering the thunder dragon's mouth was not a big problem. In fact, this gave Linny an unprecedented advantage, because after he entered the thunder dragon's mouth, the thunder dragon's dried corpse suddenly found that it could not hit this human bug. Oh boy, you really are a fighting genius. Even with the ghostly creature's foresight, it couldn't help but praise him. It clicked its tongue and said, "Being a human is such a waste of your combat talent. How good would it be if you were a spirit beast? If you had the powerful physical body of our dragon clan, you would be able to challenge the vermilion bird." At this time, Linny did not have the time to pay attention to it. Entering the thunder dragon's mouth in a desperate situation, although this time he had the absolute advantage, it was still a big problem to defeat the thunder dragon. He was only a mysterious ascended realm early stage master, and really did not have any means to deal with such a level of thunder dragon's dried corpse. Right now, the most lethal lightning strike obviously could not be used. If it hit the thunder dragon's body, it would probably not even be able to scratch an itch. After all, the thunder dragon was the real expert in playing with electricity. Its ability to withstand electricity was naturally far above that of a human like Linny. As for the remaining other means, the most powerful was only the 5 elements killing chi. If Linny was given enough time, he might be able to create an even stronger 8 elements martial skill, but unfortunately, he obviously did not have this condition right now. Whatever. Lin Yi did not have time to continue to hesitate. He raised his hand and sent out the most powerful 5 elements killing chi, directly towards the brain of the Thunder Dragon's dried corpse. He knew that attacking other places was useless. Only this place was most likely to hide the vengeful spirit Yuan Shun. Boom! The 5 elements killing chi instantly pierced through a thick layer of white bones, and the huge brain cavity appeared in front of Lin Yi without any obstruction. Impressively, there was a strange purple mist entrenched inside. Lin Yi's body suddenly trembled. He only felt a monstrous resentment rushing towards him. This was almost solid. Caught off guard, his whole body was sent flying. Fortunately, in a moment of desperation, he grabbed the bone next to him, otherwise, he would have failed and had to start all over again. Could it be that this is the vengeful spirit Yuan Shun? Lin Yi's heart moved. He subconsciously raised his hand and sent out another 5 elements killing chi. But he regretted it as soon as he sent it out. Since the opponent was a Yuan Shun, the 5 elements killing chi was completely useless against it. Sure enough, the 5 elements killing chi directly passed through the strange purple mist. There was not even the slightest sound. It was completely useless. Chapter 49:10. After communicating with the ghostly thing for so long, Lin Yi immediately knew that it wasn't a voice from reality. Instead, it was a message that the vengeful spirit had imprinted in his mind through divine sense. Thinking of this, Lin Yi suddenly had a flash of inspiration. It wasn't as if he didn't have any methods to deal with this kind of primordial spirit. Don't forget that when he first met this ghostly thing, he didn't immediately start a friendly conversation with it. Lin Yi wasn't in the mood to talk nonsense with this vengeful spirit that couldn't even speak clearly. He summoned his alchemic fire without hesitation. This thing was the most effective against primordial spirits. The alchemic fire instantly entered the strange purple mist. However, the scene that Lin Yi expected to destroy the opponent's primordial spirit didn't happen. At first glance, it seemed that the opponent didn't react at all. How is this possible? Lin Yi immediately frowned. This can't be. Could it be that the alchemic fire has no effect on primordial spirits? However, Lin Yi immediately knew that he was wrong. The strange purple mist that was originally calm suddenly became extremely violent. The lightning dragon's dried corpse that was under its control directly used its claws and tail to smash its huge, hideous head into pieces in an instant. Lin Yi lost his footing and fell from the sky. He was terrified. Fortunately, the jade pendant warned him in time and he dodged in time. Otherwise, he would have most likely been smashed into pieces like the lightning dragon's dried corpse. From the looks of it, the alchemic fire wasn't completely ineffective against it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have suddenly become so violent and even allowed the lightning dragon's dried corpse to mutilate itself. Of course it's effective. However, the level of your alchemic fire is too low. Can't destroy it directly, but it can still hurt it. The ghostly thing that had been silent for a long time suddenly spoke. Then what should I do now? Should I still use my alchemic fire to burn it? Lin Yi asked as he dodged the lightning dragon's dried corpse that suddenly fell to the ground. At this time, after the self-mutilation, the lightning dragon's dried corpse didn't even have its head anymore. The strange purple mist had completely separated from its head and was gradually dissipating into the air. It was not destroyed. Instead, it had reverted to its original form as a vengeful spirit. The resentment that shrouded the entire Thunder Burial City was its true form. If you want to burn it, then burn it. However, it won't be of much use. It will only cause it a little pain. If you want to rely on your pill flame to burn it to death, who knows how long it will take. The ghostly thing curled its lips. Then what should I do? Lin Yi frowned helplessly. He could do nothing but stare helplessly as he watched the purple mist gradually disappear into the surrounding resentment. Let's just watch the show. You've been playing for so long, it's time for me to exercise a little. The ghostly thing chuckled, and before Lin Yi could react, he suddenly roared, "Octagonal deity, get out here." An unparalleled pressure pressed down on all 4 directions, and Lin Yi could clearly feel that the vengeful spirits around him had been shaken off a bit, while the purple mist in the distance was trembling non-stop, as if there was an invisible suction force pulling it over. Under this strong suction force, the strange purple mist was unable to resist at all. Moreover, what surprised Linny even more was that as the strange purple mist was pulled over, the huge amount of resentment in the surroundings rapidly weakened and soon disappeared without a trace. Not only that, but the thick mist in all directions also gradually dissipated. His vision suddenly became clear, and he could clearly see dozens of feet away. Even his divine sense could be used again. Linny was overjoyed. It was as if a drowning man had finally seen the light of day. He could finally take a breath of relief. The suffocating feeling of being shrouded in layers of mist was unbearable, and his chest felt like it was going to explode if this went on. Senior, if you have such a powerful method, why didn't you use it earlier? Instead, you made me fight to death with a thunder dragon's corpse. Are you deliberately teasing me? Linny couldn't help but complain with a wry smile. Who's teasing you? I don't have the time to do that. The ghostly thing sneered. Isn't that the case? I fought desperately for a long time, but in the end it was useless. Senior, you casually roared and it was subdued. Why didn't you do anything earlier? Linny curled his lips. Casually roared? The ghostly thing was immediately amused. It chuckled and said, Boy, you really don't know what's good for you. Do you think it's so easy to casually roar with such a powerful divine sense? Let me tell you, using this move will greatly damage my vitality. I've been preparing it since I came in. After all, this is the vengeful spirit's primordial spirit that has gathered the souls of countless thunder attribute spirit beasts. Do you really think it's so easy to deal with? Linny was slightly stunned. Only now did he realize that the ghostly thing seemed to be a little weak. It seemed that it had really damaged its vitality. A move that could suppress the vengeful spirit's primordial spirit in one fell swoop was really costly. As the two of them spoke, the strange purple mist had been completely captured. However, it was no longer a ball of mist like before. Instead, it revealed some appearances of spirit beasts. However, one moment it was a dragon, the next moment it was a hawk, the next moment it was a tiger, and the next moment it was a leopard. You will all die. The vengeful spirit's primordial spirit's voice was once again imprinted in Lin Yi's mind. That's good. I want to see how you'll kill us. The ghostly thing sneered when it heard this. Then, as if a giant hand had appeared out of thin air, the vengeful spirit's primordial spirit let out a heart-wrenching scream. The purple light around it dimmed significantly. Please let me go. The vengeful spirit's primordial spirit couldn't take it anymore. Like a wild beast that had just learned to speak, it began to beg for mercy with great difficulty. This fellow is quite tactful. Linny couldn't help but laugh. He thought that since the other party was formed from the countless dead thunder attribute spirit beasts, it would be an incomparably fierce and violent existence. He didn't think that it would be able to speak with reason. He didn't think that it would so quickly open its mouth to beg for mercy. It's very normal. This fellow has fused with too many vengeful spirits. Although its strength is unbelievably strong at the same time, because of the conflict between the various vengeful spirits, its intelligence is greatly affected. It's already good enough that it can still speak the human language. It doesn't know how to play any tricks. The ghostly thing explained. So that's how it is. No wonder this fellow's movements were so slow when it first attacked me. It took such a long time between the two bolts of lightning. If it was just a little bit faster, I wouldn't have been able to react and would have been struck to death by its lightning. Linny nodded. Chapter 49:11. Linny was purely relying on his beastly instincts to fight. Otherwise, even if an ordinary cultivator was controlling the lightning dragon mummy, Linny reckoned that it would be difficult for him to find an opportunity to attack. After all, the difference in strength between them was just too great. It's fortunate that this is the case. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. You wouldn't have been able to hold on until I used the octagonal spirit capture. The ghostly thing chuckled. Then, another powerful aura descended on the origin soul of the vengeful specter's head. It said coldly, "Behave yourself or you will die. Behave. The origin soul of the vengeful specter was unable to move and did not dare to resist. Tell me, why did you attack us? The ghostly thing asked in a deep voice. Eat. The origin soul of the vengeful specter stammered. Linny was stunned. He immediately asked with his divine sense. You want to eat my primordial spirit? Yet, I want to eat every time I come in, the origin soul of the vengeful specter admitted. You're a foodie. Linny shook his head speechlessly. He finally understood that the lightning burial city was the nest of the origin soul of the vengeful specter. No matter who broke into the city, be it a lightning-type spiritual beast or a human cultivator, they were all food for the origin soul of the vengeful specter. If it could not eat continuously, the origin soul of the vengeful specter would continue to weaken and eventually die. All right, now that everything is clear, it's up to you to decide whether to kill it or not, the ghostly thing said indifferently. You want me to decide? Linny was stunned. He looked at the trembling origin soul of the vengeful specter and shook his head. There's no benefit in killing it. It might even cause some changes. Kid, you're quite thoughtful. The ghostly being chuckled in agreement. However, your concerns aren't completely unreasonable. Even though this thing has low intelligence, it's still the ruler of Thunder Burial City. It's hard to say if there'll be a chain reaction if it's destroyed. That's right, but I can't let it go that easily. It hit me so many times I'm almost burnt to a crisp. I should at least pay some medical fees. Linny said with a playful smile on his lips. Medical fees? What is it? The vengeful spirit Yuan Shen suddenly asked. This guy is quite curious. Linny couldn't help but smile. When he first found out about the vengeful spirit primordial spirit, his heart was filled with fear. He was even helpless against this ghostly thing. After that, he was struck by lightning like a stray dog. But now that he had completely subdued the vengeful spirit primordial spirit, his impression of the vengeful spirit primordial spirit was completely different. Not only was he not afraid, he even felt that the vengeful spirit primordial spirit primordial spirit primordial spirit primordial spirit primordial spirit was quite interesting. At this time, because the ghostly thing was no longer deliberately suppressing it, although the vengeful spirit was much weaker than before, its state could finally be stabilized, and it maintained the appearance of a lightning dragon. According to what the ghostly thing had said, this fellow's original primordial spirit was most likely a thunder dragon. Only such an extremely powerful being could leave behind a primordial spirit that could devour the primordial spirits of other thunder attribute spirit beasts after its death, and thus develop step by step to its current astonishing stage. Medical fees. I'll pay for the medical fees. The vengeful spirit seemed to have understood something. It pointed in all directions and stammered. These are all for you. Oh. Linny glanced around and instantly choked. His expression was extremely interesting. At this moment he finally had a chance to take a good look at the legendary Thunder Burial City. At this moment, without the dense fog of the vengeful spirit, he could see everything clearly. In the beginning, Linny had expected that even if the ground wasn't filled with Xian cultivating grass, he would at least be able to find Xian cultivating grass easily. In the end, after taking a look around, his heart instantly sank to the bottom. This place was a barren wasteland. There wasn't even a single blade of grass to be seen, let alone mystic raising grass. All he could see were white bones. The so-called Thunder Burial City was just a beautified name. In Lin Yi's eyes, it was more appropriate to call this place a mass grave. You're saying that you're giving these bones to me as medical fees? Lin Yi looked at the vengeful spirit, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Yet, I haven't finished eating them. The vengeful spirit quickly replied. This meant that there were still some spirit remnants left on the bones. It didn't absorb all of them, so it naturally handed them over. To it, these were probably the most precious things. To a certain extent, this vengeful spirit was actually quite generous. Unfortunately, Lin Yi really didn't have the fortune to enjoy such generosity. If there were some powerful thunder attribute spiritual beasts that had just died, they would still be of some value to him. However, perhaps because of the thunder burial, most of the corpses in front of him had already turned into white bones. They wouldn't be of much use to refine pills or forge weapons. They were only of little value. Lin Yi casually took some of the corpses of top-notch thunder attribute spiritual beasts such as thunder dragons and lightning eagles. After all, he didn't need to put in any effort. With a single thought, he could put them into the space in the jade pendant. Even if they were of little value, it was better than returning empty-handed. Sigh, I've made a wasted trip. Lin Yi sighed helplessly. He didn't even see a trace of the profound nurturing grass. Instead, He was struck by the vengeful spirit for nothing. He was really suffering. Kid, you should be content. Let's not talk about other things. The power of thunder in your body has improved by leaps and bounds. It's far better than 10 years of hard work. This kind of benefit isn't any worse than the profound nurturing grass. On the contrary, I've really suffered a great loss this time. I didn't gain anything at all. Instead, I suffered a great loss for nothing. The ghost thing smiled bitterly. Senior, since this fellow can grow stronger by devouring other thunder attribute spiritual beasts' primordial spirits, you should be able to too, right? Lenny suddenly had an idea. I can, but do you think my brain is flooded with water? The ghost thing curled its lips disapprovingly. What do you mean? Lenny was confused. If I devour other primordial spirits wantonly, of course, I can grow as fast as it. I can even devour it in one gulp. However, at that time I won't be me anymore. I'll be the next stupid vengeful spirit. Do you understand? The ghost thing was speechless. That's serious? Lenny was slightly shocked. In his understanding, primordial spirits were the same as vital energy. They were also a type of energy. Since it was energy, it could naturally be replenished in the most direct way. He didn't expect this result. Chapter 49:12. That's not worth it. Rather than that, it's better to slowly nurture it myself. Lenny nodded and left Thunder Burial City. It wasn't until he climbed up the cliff that the ghost completely let go of the vengeful spirit. It spoke in a meaningful tone. Consider this a good deed. Who knows, it might come in handy in the future. Huh? Lenny couldn't help but ask. You can only enter this place once, and you won't have the chance to come again. Why would it come in handy? I've heard a rumor from Lei Long. I don't know if it's true or not, but this Thunder Plain Island isn't as simple as it looks. Let's talk about it in the future. I'm going into seclusion now, so don't bother me if there's nothing important. All right. Lenny shook his head helplessly and didn't pursue the matter. He left in high spirits and returned in low spirits. He hadn't even seen a trace of the Xian nurturing grass after so long. He was a little dispirited and he was exhausted. He wasn't in the mood for it. He smiled bitterly as he looked at his tattered clothes. Lenny treated his wounds and changed into a clean set of clothes. He then began to search for Xinyan and the others. They should be looking for the Xian nurturing grass. If he was lucky, they might have already found it. However, before he could go far, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. A moment later, he saw the figure of a somewhat familiar woman in the distance, stumbling in his direction. Lenny took a closer look and was shocked when he saw the figure. It was Inaikewa. Although she was wearing a veil, it was easy to tell from her clothes and temperament that it was Inaikewa. Didn't this girl leave? Why did she come back? Inaikewa had been running and crawling along the way. Her flustered appearance didn't match the third fairy at all. She was overjoyed when she saw Lin Yi. She quickly yelled, "Help, young hero! Someone's trying to rob me!" Lin Yi paused as he saw a figure approaching Inaikewa from behind. It was a ferocious-looking man in black, holding a long and a short machete in his hands. It was a strange sight. Although Inaikewa was stumbling, she was still a Mystic Ascension early stage master. Her running speed was also extremely fast. In a few breaths, she had already reached Lin Yi's side and hid behind him without saying a word. At the same time, the man in black quickly caught up. He didn't even look at Lin Yi and stared at Inaikewa fiercely. "Little girl, where's Brother Chong? Why isn't he back yet? Why are you fine? Hurry up and let me search your body to see if there's anything you shouldn't have on you. Only then can you prove your innocence," the man in black said as he put away the machete in his hand. He reached out to touch Inaikewa's body. From beginning to end, he didn't put Lin Yi in his eyes. It was as if Lin Yi was air in his eyes. He didn't even have the qualifications to look at him. Lin Yi had seen many arrogant geniuses, but it was rare to see someone as arrogant as him. "Young hero, save me. Young hero, save me." Inaikewa was very clever. She dodged back and forth behind Lin Yi. She simply stopped running and used Lin Yi as a shield. Where did this blind boy come from? Get out of my way. The black-clothed man finally opened his mouth and cursed. With a twist of his wrist, the curved blade flashed, and he pressed it against Lin Yi's chest with lightning speed. "I'll count to 3 or you die." Linny looked at the black-clothed man calmly. He didn't want to stick his nose into other people's business. After all, he had only met Kaiwa once, and they weren't friends at all. He didn't want to be someone's shield for no reason. He wasn't a fool who couldn't move his legs at the sight of a beautiful woman. However, now that the man's machete was on his chest, it was unrealistic for him to stay out of it. Moreover, Kaiwa was quite likable. Linny wouldn't completely leave her in the lurch. "Let's talk. What's the matter?" Linny said immediately. "Oh, you're quite arrogant. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like this?" After the man in black was stunned, he suddenly showed his fierceness and said with a murderous look, 1, 2, 3. As soon as the voice fell, the man in black raised his hand without hesitation and was about to slash at Linny. As a result, Kaiwa, who was hiding behind him, suddenly came out and quickly stopped him. "Don't slash. Don't slash. This has nothing to do with him." Linny was about to cripple the man in black, but he couldn't help but smile when he heard this. It seemed that this chick, in addition to being a little silly, had a bit of loyalty. It was commendable that she didn't completely sell me at this time. Seeing Kaiwa blocking in front of him, the man in black suddenly put away his machete. He looked back and forth at Kaiwa and Linny with a surprised face. He pinched his chin and sneered. "I was wondering why you little girl had to run here. It turns out that you have a lover. Tell me, did the two of you conspire to kill Brother Chong?" "Ah." Kaiwa was shocked when she heard this. She turned her head and looked at the inexplicable Linny. She suddenly reacted and waved at the man in black. "No, no, no. It's not me. I didn't want to kill him." "What did you say?" The man in black's eyes became sharp. "Ah, no. I mean, he shouldn't be dead yet." Sayue's words became more and more outrageous. She didn't even finish 2 sentences before she spilled the beans. Linny looked at this scene speechlessly. His forehead was full of cold sweat. He knew this chick's character and IQ. Otherwise, he would really think that she had ulterior motives to make him hate her. To be honest, Linny had now begun to sincerely admire Sayue's master. Putting aside the fact that he betrothed this chick to Chong Lading, the fact that he was able to teach Kaiwa to become a profound ascending stage master showed that this master was definitely a master. If it was an ordinary person, he would have cried at Sayue's stupidity. How could he teach her to such an extent? He had misunderstood Kaiwa. In addition to being relatively simple, the main thing was that this chick had no experience in the martial world. So at critical times she would appear to be stupid. It wasn't really a problem with her IQ. In terms of cultivation talent, Kaiwa was a first-class cultivation genius. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to advance to profound ascending stage at such a young age. Chapter 49:13. "No. I don't know if he's dead or not." Kaiwa was so scared that her face turned pale, and she said with a sobbing tone. Hearing this, Linny was completely speechless. Sayue's words were basically admitting that she had harmed Chong Lading. What was a pig teammate? This was a typical pig teammate. And then again, the other party was a profound ascension early stage master, and she herself was also a profound ascension early stage master. Even if her strength was not as good, she should not be afraid to this extent. Looking at Sayue's flustered appearance, it was estimated that she had not fought at all. A dignified profound ascension early stage master, facing an opponent of the same level, did not even have the courage to make a move. To be more precise, she did not even have the thought of making a move. This was simply shocking. How did this kind of trash succeed in breaking through to the profound ascension stage? How could those who had spent their entire life's efforts only to stop at the Yuanian Great Perfection stage feel? From this point of view, Kaiwa was really a strange person. At this moment, a man in gray quickly approached from afar and shouted, "Oldly, how is it?" The man in black named Oldly responded and pointed at Linny with his machete. "Old Xiao, this girl and her lover seem to have conspired to kill Brother Chong. What should we do?" "What? Brother Chong was killed by them? This damned adulterous couple." Old Xiao's face suddenly changed. Chong Lading was not only a big brother to the two of them, but also a backer and protective umbrella in the academy. If Chong Lading really died, the two of them would not be in a good situation in the future. After all, they used to be tyrannical and offended a lot of people. They really deserve to die. Old Xiao, you decide what we should do next, I'll listen to you. Old Li said immediately. Of course, we will kill this adulterous couple to avenge Brother Chong. Old Zhao's eyes flashed with killing intent. Good, one blade each, Grandpa will send you two on your way. Old Li grinned and was about to attack Lin Yi and Anai Kaiyue. Wait! Old Xiao suddenly reached out and stopped him. He stared at Anai Kaiyue lecherously and said, Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. As long as you know what's good for you, hand over all your good things, and obediently obey me, I can consider letting you live. Ah! Anai Kaiyue was frightened by his gaze that seemed to be able to see through her clothes. She quickly hid behind Lin Yi and pushed Lin Yi out. Seeing this, Lin Yi shook his head helplessly. It seemed that he had to take back his previous evaluation. This little girl Ni's loyalty only lasted for a short while, and then she turned around and sold him out again. Humph, as for a pretty boy lover like you, if you want to live, it depends on what kind of heavenly treasure you can take out. If it's not good enough, heh. A cold light flashed in old Zhao's eyes. His meaning was self-evident. If it's not good enough, Grandpa will shave off all the flesh on your body, and let you taste the feeling of being dismembered by 1,000 cuts. Let me tell you, Grandpa hates pretty boys the most in my life. Old Li stared at Lin Yi cruelly. Hee, it seems that you have been hurt by love. What? Have you been robbed by a pretty boy? Lin Yi did not pay attention to him at all and asked calmly. What did you say? What did you pretty boy say? Old Li suddenly lost control of his emotions, and looked like he was about to go berserk on the spot. You really have been hurt by love. Lin Yi was a little surprised. Such a ferocious-looking man had been hurt by love, and it seemed that the hurt was quite deep. It was really unexpected that he was deeply in love. I'm going to kill you. That damned pretty boy. Old Li was about to ruthlessly cut Lin Yi in half. His imposing manner was undeniable. Although he was not at the level of a three-spirit profound ascending stage expert like Chong Lading, he was obviously a lot stronger than an ordinary profound ascending stage expert. No wonder he did not put Lin Yi in his eyes. However, before Lin Yi could make a move, old Xiao, who was next to him, knocked away old Li's scimitar with his foot. His strength was obviously stronger than old Li. No wonder old Li let him make the decision. Calm down, let this pretty boy take out the thing first. It's not too late for you to kill him. Old Xiao shouted coldly. Only then did old Li recover and fiercely put away his scimitar. Hey, aren't your words insulting my intelligence? Lin Yi looked at the two of them with black lines on his face. Who would take out the thing after saying this in front of him? Did these two really think that they had the same IQ as that little girl and I? Haha, I've already said it. Whether you can live or not depends on what kind of treasure you can take out. If you can satisfy us, you naturally won't die. Old Xiao sneered. After all, it's for the treasure? Lin Yi dragged out his words and smiled slightly, pretending to be profound. You two really found the right person. I really have a very good treasure with me. It's on me. Do you want it? Hey pretty boy, you're tactful. Why don't you quickly hand it over? Old Xiao and old Li's eyes lit up when they heard this. They could not wait to urge him. Well, it's on me. Why don't you come and get it yourself? That's good, lest I take the opportunity to escape, isn't it? Lin Yi shrugged. The two of them looked at each other, and old Xiao immediately said with a smile, All right, seeing that you're so tactful, if the treasure is good, I'll be merciful and let you live. Old Li, search him. Okay, pretty boy, you better behave yourself. Stand still and don't move. Don't try to play any tricks. Otherwise, I'll dismember you. Old Li grinned and came over to search Lin Yi's body. However, as soon as his hand touched Lin Yi, his whole body suddenly froze and twitched crazily like a sieve. He could not say a word and just broke dancing on the spot. Old Li, what the hell are you doing? Quickly search him. Old Xiao, who was standing behind, did not understand the situation. He frowned and urged Old Li. Seeing that Old Li still did not respond at all, he immediately raised his hand and slapped Old Li impatiently. He scolded. You idiot, why are you so slow? However, before he could finish his words, Old Xiao himself also began to convulse crazily. His face suddenly revealed a look of horror, and he hurriedly launched his martial skill regardless of everything. At the same time, he exerted all his strength to kick Old Li away, and at the same time, he finally rescued himself from the predicament. Chapter 49:14. You, who the hell are you? Old Xiao stared at Lin Yi as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Although he was no longer convulsing from the electric shock, his whole body was still numb. If he had not clenched his teeth and held on, he would have already fallen to the ground. Didn't you just say that you are this girl's lover, little gigolo? Lin Yi faintly smiled. You are teasing me again. Kaiwa angrily jumped out from behind, but when she was glanced at by Old Xiao, she immediately shrank back in fear. A dignified early-stage profound ascending expert only had this little bit of courage. It really made people speechless. Then why is there electricity on your body? Don't tell me you brought some divine weapon? Old Xiao's face was full of fear. He had just stretched out his hand to touch Old Li's shoulder, and the result was that there was immediately a fierce power of thunder and lightning entering his body. Although the intensity was not comparable to the thunder tribulation, it was already fatal to him. He was simply scared out of his wits. Fortunately, his reaction was fast enough to kick Old Li away, otherwise, he and Old Li would have become two electrocuted corpses. You guess. Lin Yi faintly smiled. That damn thing was in seclusion at this time, otherwise it would definitely jump out and sigh. You brat's shameless appearance is quite similar to my charm when I was young. Old Xiao heard this and almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He pointed at Lin Yi and sneered. Little gigolo, don't be too proud. I don't know what strange things you are hiding on your body, but as long as I don't touch your body, I think there will be no problem. I have at least 100 ways to kill people from a distance. Do you want to try them all? No, I don't have that much time. I am very busy. Lin Yi waved his hand again and again, with a troublesome expression. Reckless little gigolo, don't get too carried away. Old Owl was choked by Lin Yi and flew into a rage out of humiliation. Although he was Chong Lading's follower in name, his true strength was not much worse than Chong Lading's. It was just that he did not have any background. Otherwise, he would have been able to become one of the 4 young masters of the nascent soul stage. Now he was the same as Chong Lading, a rare 3-spirit profound ascending stage expert. No, I'm just telling the truth. I still have to find my companions. I really can't waste my time here with you. Lin Yi's tone was sincere. Old Li, hurry up and kill this gigolo. Old Owl was furious when he heard this, but he did not do it himself. Instead, he quietly took a step back, fearing that he would be electrocuted by Lin Yi again. Thus he simply let Old Li, this brainless brute, take the lead. As soon as he finished speaking, Old Li immediately waved his long and short machete and rushed over. He already disliked the gigolo, not to mention that he had just suffered a big loss at the hands of Lin Yi. At this time, how could he think so much? He could not wait to immediately cut Lin Yi into 8 pieces. However, before he could rush to the front of Lin Yi, he saw Lin Yi standing in the same place and casually waved his hand. Immediately, a bucket-thick dark blue lightning instantly erupted from his palm and poured into Old Li's head. Old Li did not have the slightest chance to resist. His whole body was emitting black smoke and his legs collapsed on the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Seeing this scene, Old Owl, who was already very afraid, almost peed his pants on the spot. His calves and stomach were trembling crazily. If it was not for his strength being far stronger than an ordinary early-stage profound ascending expert, he would not be able to stand at this time and would have been paralyzed on the ground. Even Kaiwa, who was hiding behind Lin Yi, was dumbfounded at this time. She looked back and forth between Lin Yi and the smoking Old Li as if she had seen a ghost. She could not say a word for a long time. Lin Yi did not take it seriously and clapped his hands. In his heart, he thought that he did not suffer so many lightning strikes in vain. Now, even if the power of his lightning strike was not as extraordinary as before, it was already comparable to a normal lightning tribulation. Using it to deal with an ordinary profound ascending expert, he could kill them with one strike. Only a strong person like Lung Rufin could barely contend with it. To be honest, Lin Yi had actually held back. This time he only struck for a moment and then stopped. Otherwise, if the duration was a little longer, Old Li's whole body would have been charred alive by the lightning strike. As for that strike just now, it was purely the 2 people's fault. Lin Yi did not use lightning strike at all. Just the extra lightning power in his body had already charred them on the outside and tender on the inside. You, who the hell are you? You can actually trigger lightning tribulation. At this moment Old Owl's face was pale. He was so scared that he retreated again and again. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Yes, why can you trigger lightning tribulation? Enikaiwa also followed and asked. Hearing this, Linny was speechless and rolled his eyes. Which group was this little girl and I from? She actually joined in the fun. Oh, you can't even see the power of lightning, and you still call it lightning tribulation? Linny glanced at Old Owl, crossed his arms and said lightly, I see that you still have a bit of cleverness. You should be able to understand the situation, right? If you have anything good on you, quickly take it out for me. If it can enter my eyes, I promise not to strike you to death. Ah! Old Owl suddenly wanted to cry but had no tears. It was obviously the two of them who went to rob others, but in the blink of an eye, it had fallen on his head. How could this be endured? What I'll say the ugly words first. I don't have much patience. You do as you see fit. As Linny spoke, he expressionlessly waved his hand. Don't. Young hero, please spare my life. Old Owl was so scared that his soul almost flew out. He thought that he was about to follow in Old Lee's footsteps. As a result, he shrank his neck and waited for a long time, only to find that nothing had happened. Only then did he embarrassedly smile. He did not dare to neglect and quickly fished out his things. As a result, this guy rummaged inside and out for a long time, and even rummaged out his belongings. In the end, he only fished out a pile of junk. There was nothing good at all. Young hero, I only have these on me. You see. Old Owl embarrassedly handed over a few elixirs with both hands. These were the best things he had on him, but they were only a few useless 6th grade elixirs. Seeing this, Linny could not help but be a little speechless. This was a living pauper. As a dignified early-stage mysterious ascending expert, he only had this little wealth. It was simply a pity. If Linny was a little soft-hearted, he would have helped him instead. Looking at Lin Yi's strange expression, Old Owl could not help but blush. He also felt that this matter was really shameful, but there was really no other way. Not only him, but even Old Lee, who was lying on the ground, was also the same. Both of them had some good things that had been plundered by Chong Lading. After all, people under the eaves had to bow their heads. Chapter 49:15. Yes. Old Xiao hurriedly carried Old Lee, who was smoking, and hurriedly ran faster than a rabbit, for fear that Linny would suddenly change his mind. Linny didn't even look at the two as he turned to Enikaiwa, who was still hiding behind him. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They're long gone. Why are you still hiding? Ran away. Enikaiwa poked her head out to take a look. Sure enough, Old Xiao and Old Lee were nowhere to be seen. She finally breathed a sigh of relief, patted her chest and said, Great, we finally scared them away. These two people are as fierce as Chong Lading. Linny gave her another sidelong glance. He didn't know whether he should laugh or cry when he was with this Enai girl, but it was also a pleasant surprise at the same time. Every now and then, she'd do something that would make a man's nose bleed. And the main thing was that this girl didn't even know it. Thank you for helping me, young hero. Otherwise, I would have been in trouble this time. Enikaiwa thanked Lin Yi with lingering fear. Fortunately, she knew that Lin Yi was here. Otherwise, she wouldn't even have someone to ask for help. The consequences of falling into the hands of Old Xiao and Old Li would be unimaginable. I say, what's the matter with you? Didn't I just help you get rid of Chong Lading? How did you get caught up again? Lin Yi asked with some speechlessness. These two people are called Old Xiao and Old Li. They are with Chong Lading. When they came in, they were with Chong Lading. But I don't know why, when Chong Lading came to chase me, he seemed to get rid of them? Enikaiwa tilted her head and said, This is normal. Chong Lading covets your mysterious cultivation grass. Of course, the fewer people who know about this, the better. Isn't he giving them a share by bringing them to chase you? Lin Yi curled his lips. Of course, it was also because Enai Xiaonu didn't have much combat power, so she surrendered with a simple scare. Otherwise, Chong Lading wouldn't have left these two helpers behind if the situation was more troublesome. So that's how it is. I thought they were lost. Enikaiwa had a look of sudden realization. Apart from you, I believe that no one who can come here will get lost easily. You can rest assured about this. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. Is that so? And Kaiwa was stunned for a moment. She didn't realize that Linny was teasing her. Instead, she nodded in agreement. Linny shook his head speechlessly. This little chicken eye was really silly to a certain level. He could only continue to ask. They chased you just because they met? Do you have a deep grudge against them? Otherwise, they wouldn't be so irreconcilable, right? And Kaiwa was the third fairy, and she was also Chong Lading's cultivation partner in name. As Chong Lading's followers, they shouldn't have attacked her rashly. After I met them, they didn't want to catch me at first. They only asked me where Chong Lading went. In the end, I accidentally let it slip, and they found out about the mysterious cultivation grass. That's why they chased me like crazy. It's too scary. And Kaiwa was still scared until now. Linny simply didn't know what to say. This little chicken eye was indeed a natural lousy teammate. She could even let this kind of thing slip. She really deserved to be chased. But then again, like boss-like underlings. These two underlings of Chong Lading were just like Chong Lading. They were also profit-seeking perverts. Little Chicken Eye was indeed unlucky to meet these two. Alright, they've been chased away anyways. You should be fine now, right? I'm leaving. Linny looked at Kaiwa and was about to leave to find Wang Xinyan and the others. But before he could take a step, Kaiwa grabbed his sleeve and in a panic, she tripped her right foot and tore off a part of Lin Yi's sleeve. At the same time, she fell into Lin Yi's embrace. Don't go. Kaiwa's first reaction wasn't to push Lin Yi away. Instead, she looked at Lin Yi pitifully. Hey, don't tease me. Lin Yi could only look up at the sky. He couldn't help it. Little Chicken Eye was squeezed in front of his chest. If he looked down, he would easily see something he shouldn't see. But even so, Lin Yi still had the reaction of a normal man with a soft and fragrant body in his arms. After all, the girl's body was too hot, and he could only shrink back awkwardly. Ah! Kaiwa screamed and pushed Lin Yi away with a blushing face. Nonsense! How can a girl tease a man like you? Who says girls can't tease men? There are female gangsters. Lin Yi shook his head and laughed. Ah, female gangster? Kaiwa was stunned. She tilted her head and thought for a long time before she understood. I'm not a female gangster. Not a female gangster? Then why did you tease me for no reason? You even tore off my sleeve. I just changed into a beggar's uniform. Lin Yi said helplessly. I didn't tease you. I just wanted to hold you. I didn't expect your sleeve to be so weak. Kaiwa pouted. She was the one who tripped herself. Why was she blaming my sleeve for being weak? Lin Yi didn't know what to say in the face of such strong logic. Forget it. Then why did you hold me? I'm afraid they'll come to catch me again. Can you send me back? Kaiwa said pitifully. Send you back? Lin Yi frowned. Not now. I haven't found my companions yet. Then I'll follow you. They won't dare to catch me. Kaiwa said. What? Lin Yi paused. He didn't have any other plans right now, and he'd leave after finding Xinyan and the others. Bringing that girl with him wouldn't be a problem, so he nodded helplessly. Up to you then. Great. You're a good man. Kaiwa was overjoyed. A good man who hides his strength? Lin Yi looked at her. Yes. A good man who hides his strength. Kaiwa nodded. Lin Yi staggered, almost falling to the ground. Meeting a girl with a unique imagination like this, he really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He'd saved her twice in a row, and now he was a good guy who hid his true nature. Did he really look like a bad guy to her? With Kaiwa tagging along, Lin Yi began to look for Wang Xinyan and the others. Of course, he also looked for Xian nurturing grass. Chapter 49:16. Lin Yi. Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao's excited shouts came from afar, and Lin Yi turned his head to see the two girls pouncing at him without a care in the world. Lu Xiaozhong, on the other hand, was far behind them, unable to catch up at all. Xinyan. Xiaotao. Lin Yi went up to them excitedly, sighing inwardly. Thank goodness that thing was able to restrain the vengeful soul, or he'd be trapped in Lightning Burial City forever. He'd never be able to see his friends again. Are you all right? Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao examined Lin Yi from head to toe. There were some minor injuries on him, but they weren't serious. Only then did they relax. The name Thunder Burial was too frightening. They'd been worried about Linny ever since they'd been separated from each other. I'm fine. Look, I'm fine. Linny chuckled, not mentioning the vengeful soul at all. He didn't want the two girls to worry for nothing. Miss and I, why are you back? Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao looked at each other in surprise when they noticed Enai Tsayue's presence. Wow, Master Lin, you really are a dragon among men. You've managed to hook up with the third goddess in such a short amount of time. Lu Xiaozhong's words made Enai Kaiwa blush. No. He didn't hook up with me, it's me. Enai Kaiwa waved her hands frantically. Then you're the one who hooked up with Master Lin? Lu Xiaozhong slapped his thigh in realization. Heh. No wonder you two got together so quickly. There's a saying that when a girl hooks up with a guy, there's a thin veil between them. Ah, what do you mean by a thin veil? I didn't. Enai Kaiwa blushed. Her face was veiled, but even her ears were red. Then Master Lin did it? Lu Xiaozhong's gossipy soul was burning. He looked back and forth between Lin Yi and Enai Kaiwa, trying to get to the bottom of it. Shoo. What are you talking about? Lin Yi's head started to throb. This Enai girl's pig teammate trait was really quite troublesome. There was clearly nothing wrong with her, but anyone would think that there was something fishy going on with her messy answers. Even Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao had a mischievous look in their eyes. Wouldn't the rice be cooked if they kept guessing blindly? That's right, there's nothing between us. I didn't stab him and he didn't stab me. Enai Kaiwa angrily defended herself. Holy shit. Upon hearing this, Linny almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What do you mean by the more I explain, the worse it gets? This is called the more I explain, the worse it gets. Shut up, I'll say it. Linny really couldn't stand everyone's meaningful gazes, so he had to personally explain. This chick was chased by two of Chong Lading's lackeys and fled back to this place to ask for help. She happened to meet me, so I helped her out. After that, she didn't dare to leave alone, so she followed me. That's right, that's why we didn't stab each other. Enai Tsayue's pigmate halo was everywhere, and Linny could only stare at the sky speechless. Fortunately, everyone understood what had happened, and they looked at each other, not sure if they should laugh or cry. Alright. Did you get anything from this trip? Wang Xinyan changed the topic in time. She knew that there was nothing between the two, but she couldn't let Enai Kaiwa continue, or the rice would really be cooked. No, there's only a mass grave. There's not even a single weed, let alone xian grass. Linny shook his head with a bitter smile and asked, How about you guys? We didn't find any xian grasses, but at least we found some valuable herbs. It's better than nothing. Wang Xinyan and the others shook their heads. At the end of the day, Enai Kaiwa was the only one in the group who found xian grasses. They didn't know if they should say that the girl was extremely lucky, or that she was a fool with a fool's luck. It wasn't an outcome they were willing to accept, but there was nothing they could do about it. This was how rare treasures worked, and only the fated could get them. Otherwise, it wouldn't matter how strong one was. If that's the case, then there's no need to force it. Let's go back. Linny decided. There was still some time before the 1-month deadline, and he could still try his luck if he didn't want to, but the chances were slim. Staying here would be a waste of time. Alright. Wang Xinyan and the others naturally didn't have any objections. You went down to the lightning grave? Isn't there no xian grasses down there? Didn't they say that there were xian grasses everywhere? Enai Kaiwa finally realized what was going on and asked Lin Yi. Lin Yi looked at her helplessly. He understood now that the rumor that the Thunder Burial Ground had xian cultivating grass was just a rumor. The person who spread the rumor probably hadn't even been to the basin before. They thought that there would be more xian cultivating grass in the area, but it was just a beautiful misunderstanding. Linny looked at Linny helplessly. He knew that the Thunder Burial Ground had xian cultivating grass. Is there or isn't there? Enai Kaiwa asked. There's your sister. Linny rolled his eyes at her. Huh, I don't have a sister. Enai Kaiwa was stunned for a moment. Then she blushed and said, Don't tell me you're talking about my part. Young hero, you're teasing me again. What are you talking about? Linny looked at her confused. He didn't understand what Enai Kaiwa was talking about, but he understood when he saw her nervously covering her lower body. He glared at her speechless. I'm going to fuck your sister. You really are a pervert. Kaiwa took a few steps back and pointed at Linny angrily. She looked like she was going to turn around and run at any moment. You're the pervert. Your whole family are perverts. Linny was so mad at the girl. They were both human, but how could she be so imaginative? My whole family isn't perverts. Kaiwa stuck her neck out and thought about it for a while. She quickly added, I'm not a pervert either. Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao, on the other hand, couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Linny, who'd always been calm and collected, was losing his mind over and over again in front of this stupid Kaiwa. Linny was speechless. He slapped his forehead and said, I'm such a cheapskate, why am I arguing with a silly girl like you? I'm not a silly girl, my name is Kaiwa. Kaiwa clarified with a serious face. Chapter 49:17. How can you be a silly girl? Kaiwa stared at him blankly and suddenly exclaimed, so you are a girl, I thought you were a man, your disguise is so good. There is no flaw at all. Shit. Linny was speechless, and Xinyan and the others were rocking back and forth with laughter. Lu Xiaozhong was on the ground, punching the ground as hard as he could, tears coming out of his eyes. I can't talk to you, I'm leaving, are you coming or not? Linny was too lazy to continue talking to this silly girl. If he continued, he might really suffer from internal injuries. Let's go, take me out, heroine. Kaiwa nodded like a chick pecking rice, and hurriedly followed. Heroine. Linny staggered and fell to the ground. He was a man, when did he become a heroine? You don't like to be called heroine? Kaiwa looked at him strangely and muttered to herself, since I am a girl, of course I am a heroine, that is what master taught me. Forget it, since you don't like it, I will call you sister, or sister is fine too. Linny had gone completely insane, and Xinyan and the others were laughing so hard that they didn't even have the energy to help him. Things were getting interesting now. The world no longer had a young hero Lin, but a little sis Lin. Girl, listen to me, I am a man, a real man, not a heroine, and definitely not a sister or sister. Linny had to clarify weakly. Talking to this silly girl was really a troublesome thing. He really couldn't keep up with her strange thinking. Then why do you call yourself a silly girl? You are such a strange person. Kaiwa looked up and down at Linny, as if she was watching a pervert. Linny pointed at her for a long time, choked, and finally gave up the idea of clarifying himself and said helplessly, Are you going or not? So much nonsense. Let's go. Of course we're going. I've been wanting to go back for a long time. Kaiwa nodded. Then what's in it for me? Linny suddenly thought of something. He stopped and turned to look at her meaningfully. Benefits? Kaiwa was stunned for a moment. She suddenly exclaimed and covered her chest with both hands. She looked at Linny with a vigilant face and stammered, What benefits do you want? Master said that I would rather die than obey him. Linny was speechless. He held his forehead and said helplessly, What are you thinking about? As a chick, can your thoughts be a little more pure? You're teasing me again. Kaiwa looked at Linny angrily. Linny's temper had always been good, but dealing with this silly chick, he had already lost count of how many times he wanted to go crazy. He hurriedly took a deep breath to calm himself down and went straight to the point. Let's not talk so much. Let me ask you, after you take out the profound nurturing grass, who are you going to find to help you refine the profound nurturing pill? Of course I'll hand it over to Master. Then she'll find the Academy's alchemists. The others don't know how to refine the profound nurturing pill. Kaiwa said as a matter of fact. Then what price do you have to pay? Linny asked again. Price. Kaiwa subconsciously covered her chest again, and said with a vigilant face, Master won't let me do that kind of thing. I won't do it even if I die. Everyone burst into laughter again. This silly chick was really a clown. Linny said with a black face. Who said that kind of thing? I'm saying that even if it's your Academy's alchemists, they won't refine pills for you for free. There must be a price, right? Oh, so you're referring to this. Kaiwa then reacted. After thinking for a while, she said, I heard Master mention it before. It seems that after the pill is refined, half will be given. If the refinement fails, then there's nothing left. Then how many profound nurturing pills can you refine from this profound nurturing grass? Linny asked again. This? Kaiwa tilted her head and thought for a long time. She carefully took out the profound nurturing grass from her bosom and gestured with her hands. After a long time, she looked at Linny foolishly and said uncertainly, "It seems like it's enough for 4 portions? If my luck is good, I might be able to refine 4 profound nurturing pills." 4 portions of ingredients, and you want to refine 4 profound nurturing pills? Your Academy's alchemists have such great confidence in refining a 7th grade medicinal pill. Could it be that it's an absolute success? Linny asked suspiciously. What's an absolute success? Kaiwa tilted her head and thought for a long time. She roughly guessed Linny's meaning and shook her head repeatedly. That's definitely impossible. Only if my luck is very good can I refine 4 pills. Normally, it's already not bad to refine 1 or 2. Since that's the case, then I'll refine it for you. I guarantee that I'll give you 3 profound nurturing pills. What do you think? Linny suggested. Are you serious? You're lying to me, right? Kaiwa was shocked when she heard that. She wasn't really stupid. Even the Academy's head alchemist wouldn't dare to boast about this. Normal people wouldn't rashly believe a stranger that they had only met once. This fellow couldn't be trying to swindle her of the profound nurturing grass, right? Kaiwa hurriedly covered her chest again and looked at Linny with a face of vigilance. Why would I lie to you? Linny glanced at her helplessly and said indifferently, if I was really aiming for your profound nurturing grass, I could just directly snatch it. Why would I need to go through so much trouble? Think about it yourself. Those mere weaklings chased you until you were in such dire straits. If I really wanted to snatch it from you, how much trouble do you think it would take? This? Kaiwa thought about it seriously for a moment. It seemed that what he said made sense. Suddenly, her small face tensed up and she said, even so, you can't snatch it. I don't even want to snatch it, Linny said with a black face. If it wasn't for the sake of getting a few profound nurturing pills for himself and the others, he swore that he definitely wouldn't talk nonsense with this silly girl. It would really make him anxious to death. Oh, that's good. But can you really refine profound nurturing pills? You don't even have a beard. Kaiwa questioned again. Whether or not I can refine profound nurturing pills and whether or not I have a beard, what's the connection between these two things? Linny couldn't help but be a little dazed when he heard that. Of course there's a connection. 7th grade alchemists are all white-bearded grandfathers. You're not one. Kaiwa said matter-of-factly. Damn. Linny almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Talking to this silly girl was really a matter that broke through the horizon. Even when he was facing the vengeful spirit, he didn't have such a headache. To be honest, he really had the urge to leave now. What bullshit profound nurturing pills, who cares? Chapter 49:18. Kaiwa didn't have any more shocking ideas this time. She tilted her head and thought for a long time, then looked at Linny and said, Can you bring me along without refining pills? No. Linny answered cleanly. He couldn't talk too much with this silly girl, or he would get angry easily. Then, okay then. Kaiwa didn't really believe that Linny could really refine pills, but she was more afraid of going out alone. Although the spirit-nurturing grass was precious, it shouldn't be a problem to use it as travel expenses, right? If others knew what Kaiwa was thinking at this time, they would be so angry that they would kill themselves. A good thing that a group of profound ascending stage masters couldn't even get their hands on was actually used as travel expenses. There should be a limit to wasting natural resources. But no matter what, this spirit-nurturing grass was finally handed over to Linny. Linny couldn't help but look at her with some surprise. Although this silly girl could easily choke people to death, it wasn't without its benefits. At least if it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't hand over the spirit-nurturing grass so easily. You guys wait here and keep watch for me, Linny said and found a relatively quiet place with the spirit-nurturing grass. He calmed himself down and started refining pills. All the supplementary materials needed to refine the profound raising pill were already prepared in the storage of spiritual herbs in the space within the jade pendant. This was also the reason why he suddenly made this suggestion. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought of Yinghong. He's refining pills like this? Kaiwa glanced at Linny from afar and said with a strange expression, Is he really trying to cheat me of this spirit-nurturing grass? He doesn't even have a cauldron, how is he going to refine pills? Liar. He really isn't lying. He always carries a cauldron with him. Wang Xinyan smiled. Really? But he's clearly empty-handed? And Kaiwa hadn't finished speaking when she saw a cauldron appear in front of Lin Yi. She was stunned and rubbed her eyes desperately. Am I seeing things? Where did that stove come from? Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao looked at each other and smiled. It was one thing for Wang Xinyan to see it, but they couldn't say it out loud. In fact, Lu Xiaozhong didn't understand either. With a puzzled expression, he said, Master Lin is indeed Master Lin. He can even carry an alchemy furnace with him, and it's so amazing. As expected of Grandmaster Qing Danzi's master. He has an apprentice? And Kaiwa was even more shocked as she doubted. He's accepting disciples at such a young age? Isn't he afraid of misleading them? Misleading students? Lu Xiaozhong glanced at her disdainfully and said, Master Qing Danzi is our Morning Star Academy's chief alchemist, a genuine level 7 alchemist. Even he is willing to become a disciple of Master Lin. Do you think this is misleading the students? Ah. And Sayue's mouth instantly formed an O shape. She was stunned for a long time before she weakly said, I don't go out much, don't lie to me. You'll know soon enough if I'm lying or not. Come, let's find a place to sit and talk while we wait. Xinyan smiled. Oh. And Kaiwa nodded obediently. Perhaps it was because of Xinyan's natural friendliness, but she didn't have any wariness towards Xinyan at all. She naturally felt close to Xinyan, and didn't suspect anything like she did with Lin Yi. The group of people sat in the distance and waited. After 6 hours, Kaiwa had completely become familiar with Xinyan and the others. She called each other big sister and little sister. Both Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao were very close to her. After all, her silly and cute personality was very lovable. Of course, this didn't include the crazy Lin Yi. Yo, you guys are eating. Give me some. Lin Yi suddenly squeezed his butt in. Lu Xiaozhong hurriedly handed over the barbecued meat in his hand. This was a small spirit beast that he had caught nearby. The meat was fresh and tender, and the texture was very good. He thought that Lin Yi's alchemy would take a long time, so he decided to have an outdoor barbecue. He didn't expect that Lin Yi would finish before they even started eating. You finished refining it so quickly? Are you lying to me? And Kaiwa jumped up with an expression as if her intelligence had been severely insulted. She said angrily, Even if you're lying to me, you should at least be serious. How can refining a mysterious raising pill be this fast? Even the alchemists in our school need a few days. Lin Yi didn't pay attention to her at all. As he ate the barbecued meat, he freed a hand in front of Kaiwa. What? Kaiwa jumped in fright. She quickly crossed her arms in front of her chest to protect herself. She pitifully begged, If you're lying to me, then lie to me. Can you not hit me? Lin Yi choked, almost choking to death on the spot. He struggled for a long time before opening his palms. Who's going to hit you? See for yourself. Oh. Kaiwa responded weakly. When she saw the thing in Lin Yi's hand, she was immediately stunned. She stuttered. This is a mysterious raising pill? 3 mysterious raising pills? At least you're not that stupid. Here, keep it yourself, I won't care if you lose it. Lin Yi casually threw the 3 pills to Kaiwa, making the silly girl panic. She only managed to catch them after a moment of confusion. She looked at them with surprise and joy before carefully putting them away. There was only 1 stalk of mysterious raising grass, which was only enough for 4 sets of ingredients. But in a short 6 hours, 3 mysterious raising pills were made. This result shocked Kaiwa. But what made her even more speechless was that Lin Yi gave Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao 1 each. That wasn't all. Lin Yi still had 2 in his hands. This meant that he'd made 7 mysterious raising pills in one go. Kaiwa was going crazy. She had never seen the world before, but she knew what this meant. 4 sets of ingredients to make 7 mysterious raising pills. What kind of person was this? At this time she looked at Lin Yi as if she was looking at a monster. Although she was far away and had been chatting with Wang Xinyan and the others, she didn't see the specific process of Lin Yi's pill making. But this wasn't important. Just this result alone was enough to shock the world. Young hero, who are you learning from? Why are you so powerful? Kaiwa couldn't help but ask. Although she felt that Lin Yi was very powerful when he defeated Chong Lading, Old Xiao, and Old Li with ease. After all, these were not ordinary early-stage profound ascension masters. They were all strong people who could challenge above their level. It was not easy for Lin Yi to defeat them so easily. But all this only made her feel that he was powerful. She had never been so shocked. Chapter 49:19. Didn't I tell you long ago that I'm from the North Island? Why are you so dull? Is your memory bad? Lin Yi glanced at her and said, You. And Kaiwa was so anxious that she didn't know how to refute. She tilted her head and thought for a long time. Suddenly her eyes lit up and she said, I remember now. What? You finally remember that I said I'm from the North Island? Your reflex arc is really long. Lin Yi said with a smile, somewhat speechless. No. I remember Master once said that there's a very powerful super expert in the North Island. His name seems to be... Kaiwa choked halfway. What's his name? The first person that came to Lin Yi's mind at this moment was Ram Jia, the head of the Law Enforcement Hall. This legendary figure of the young generation in the North Island had given Lin Yi a strong and inexplicable pressure since the first time he heard of him. He was also a figure that he secretly vowed to surpass in the future. But on second thought, Lin Yi knew that he was thinking too much. He thought of Ramjia purely because he was a goal that he had to surpass. It was impossible for Ramjia's fame to be so well known even in Dongzhou. Not to mention others, there should be many people in the North Island who were stronger than Ramjia. For example, Lan Tiafu, the eldest senior brother who was in charge of the inner gate of Soaring Pavilion. Judging from his performance in the face of the new Azure Dragon, this person's strength should not be weaker than Ramjia, let alone those super big shots standing at the top. Shangguan Tianhua. Yes, it's Shangguan Tianhua. Kaiwa clapped her hands excitedly and looked at Lin Yi with shining eyes. Young hero, you're so powerful that even people like Chong Lading are no match for you. You're invincible at the same level, and you're also a super alchemist. You must be a disciple of Shangguan Tianhua, right? Lin Yi smiled secretly. Sure enough, it was Shanghai Tianhua. Ren Zhongyuan and others were impressed by him during the trial in the West Island because of his name. It could be seen that this super big shot was not simple. Otherwise, if it was just the name of the head of Soaring Pavilion, it would at most shock the North Island. It was impossible for him to be so famous in Dongzhou. Congratulations, you're right. Lin Yi nodded. He didn't want to deny it. After all, it would be troublesome to explain. He might as well not explain. It wasn't wrong to say it. Sure enough. I heard from Master that Shanghai Tianhua is a big shot who left a legend in Dongzhou. His strength is so strong that it makes people's hair stand on end. Young hero, you're his disciple. You're so powerful. Sayue's eyes were full of little stars of worship. He used to be a legend in Dongzhou. Lin Yi couldn't help laughing. This was not a surprising thing. Except for the spirit beasts, almost all the big shots on the other Heaven Stage Islands had studied in Dongzhou. It was normal for them to leave a legend. But Lin Yi was still a little surprised. Speaking of which, Lin Yi had met Shanghai Tianhua many times. Because of Shanghai Laner, they were familiar with each other. And it was widely rumored that he was Shanghai Tianhua's personal disciple. But Lin Yi knew very little about this super big shot in the North Island, and he knew nothing about his past. This was the first time he learned about it from Kaiwa. No. Kaiwa suddenly shook her head. Shanghai Tianhua doesn't seem to be an elixir refiner. You're so good at it, he didn't teach you, did he? Oh, then who do you think taught me? Lin Yi was speechless as he looked at Xinyan and the others. She'd already admitted that she was right, but she herself was wrong. Talking to this Inai girl was too much of a hassle. Kaiwa tilted her head and thought for a while. She smacked her head and said, I remember now. I heard that there's a very powerful elixir god Zhang Liju from the North Island. Are you his disciple? Congratulations on getting 2 answers. Your smart IQ has taken the high ground again. Lin Yi was like a hoodwinker. And I'm actually quite smart. Kaiwa raised her head proudly. After a while she blinked and asked, what is IQ? What high ground? It's nothing. It doesn't have much to do with you. Lin Yi's words made Xinyan giggle. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lin Yi. She was the only one who understood what he meant. Oh, as long as it doesn't have anything to do with me. And Kaiwa followed his advice. This time it wasn't just Xinyan, even Linny himself was amused. Seeing the confused look on Xinyan's face, he quickly put on a serious face. Shangguan Tianhua Zhongliju, whose disciple am I? I know. You're their disciple. And Kaiwa couldn't wait to answer. Congratulations. You know how to answer first. Linny gave her a thumbs up with a face full of respect. Facing this kind of dumb girl, his hidden great trickster attribute was brought out completely. Everything else aside, the sounds of laughter and chatting along the way were quite entertaining. The five of them returned to the teleportation point. Since they took the main road, they didn't encounter any accidents. They didn't even see a spirit beast. As for the students, they all stayed far away from them. After all, no one was deliberately hiding their strength. The five of them were all early-stage mysterious ascendant experts. This kind of powerful lineup was almost invincible in the path of giants. No one dared to provoke them, or else they might be killed and robbed. This kind of thing was too common. 2 days later, Lin Yi's group finally returned to the teleportation point. The other students all made way for them. Very soon they were teleported out. Coming out of the teleportation formation was the dock. At this time there were less than half of the battleships and ships that were docked here. However, the academies that didn't have all of their disciples would naturally stay here and wait. After a month, they would have to leave regardless of whether all of their disciples had arrived or not. This was the rule of the Golden Step Academy's alliance. Young warrior, I understand now. You're actually a very good person. And Kaiwa suddenly turned to Lin Yi. After leaving the teleportation point, they would naturally return to their own ships and forget about each other. Is that so? It's not easy to hear something nice from you. Lin Yi said with a chuckle. It was rare that he didn't use a preamble to hide his feelings. Congratulations. Yes, I'll remember you. And Kaiwa nodded. Chapter 49:20. I will always remember you. And Kaiwa repeated. However, before Lin Yi could be moved, this silly girl suddenly blinked and said, That? What's your name again? I'm going to faint. You don't even know my name. How are you going to remember it? Lin Yi almost fell. Under the laughter of Wang Xinyan and the others, he could only helplessly smile and say, My name is Lin Yi. Lin Yi? Why does it sound so ordinary? I thought it was a very powerful name. And Kaiwa pouted. There's such a thing as powerful or not. Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was the first time he heard such a novel and unique way of saying it. Of course, but Lin Yi is Lin Yi. I'll remember it. And Kaiwa smiled slightly and said, Then let's meet at the Xuanjisi area. At that time we can be friends. Don't. In my eyes, women can only be girlfriends, so forget it, Lin Yi joked. Ah, you're teasing me again. And Kaiwa suddenly blushed again. However, she was wearing a veil, so others couldn't see it. You're too sensitive. This is called teasing? Alright, hurry up and go. The people in your academy are calling you. Lin Yi smiled and reminded her. At this time, someone on a treasure ship in the distance was waving at him. Looking at the flag, it was Donghua Academy, where Kaiwa was from. Oh, then I'm leaving. But don't tease me again next time. Kaiwa hurriedly waved her hand at the people on the treasured vessel, and she was about to turn around and leave in high spirits. However, she just turned around when she saw a face that was gloomy like water, and she was instantly shocked and cried out involuntarily. Chong Lading. Humph, you didn't expect it, right? I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Chong Lading sneered. At this moment Lao Xiao was still behind him, but there was no Lao Li. After being struck by Lin Yi's lightning, which was comparable to the thunder retribution, although he showed mercy and did not kill him on the spot, it was impossible for him to get out of bed without lying down for a few months. On the contrary, the sudden appearance of Chong Lading here made Lin Yi somewhat surprised. This guy's injury was not as serious as Lao Li. After all, Lin Yi only used him to test his moves at that time, and he only tested the 4-attribute martial technique. But how many days had it been? This guy was actually as lively as a dragon and as lively as a tiger. Apart from some scars on his body, his movements were completely normal. It seemed that he must have taken some top-grade tonic like the Great Revitalizing Pill. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to recover so quickly just by relying on conventional healing methods. Don't come over. Anai Kaiwa was frightened and panicked. She subconsciously hid behind Lin Yi. Chong Lading's gloomy face suddenly turned darker. Some of the academy's disciples around who knew the inside story whispered. Anai Kaiwa was not only the third fairy of Gaolin Sea area, but also the Taoist companion of Chong Lading. But now, in order to hide from Chong Lading, she fled behind another man. This scene was really weird. There was no shortage of people gossiping everywhere. In just a moment, a heart-wrenching love triangle story intertwined with love and hate had been fresh out of the oven and instantly spread throughout the audience. Listening to these off-key whispers, Chong Lading was about to explode. He pointed at Lin Yi and said angrily, "Little bastard, I finally found you. Great. Not only did you sneak attack me inside, you even dared to seduce my Taoist companion in front of everyone. Do you know who I am?" Actually, Chong Lading's style was not to use his power to suppress others. Under normal circumstances, he would first cripple the opponent and then show off his powerful background. Only then would he be able to fully display his power as one of the 4 young masters of nascent soul realm. But this time he could not do it. The previous fight had shown the difference in strength between the two sides. Chong Lading was not a fool. No matter how arrogant he was, he knew that he was no match for Lin Yi. Therefore, he could only change his way of thinking and directly use his powerful background to suppress others. Aren't you Chong Lading? Didn't we just meet a few days ago? I'm not that forgetful. What else do you want? Lin Yi glanced at him indifferently. It's good that you know. I'm not afraid to tell you that I am the son of the chief alchemist of Tripod City Academy, Zhang Zili. Chong Lading said arrogantly. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sudden uproar. The chief alchemist of any academy was a big shot, at least in the top 5 of the academy. However, under normal circumstances, no matter how high the position of the chief alchemist was, he could only be ranked second, just below the dean of the academy. However, this Tripod City Academy was extremely special. The position of the chief alchemist was higher than that of the dean. This was because this was an academy that focused on alchemy. At least half of the academy's students were alchemists. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Tripod City Academy was the cradle of high-level alchemists. To be able to become the chief alchemist of such an academy, one's status was far above that of other Yellow Steppe academies. In the East Continent's Yellow Steppe Sea region, this academy was practically the banner of all alchemists. Whether it was status or influence, it was no small matter. However, Lin Yi didn't know about this. To be precise, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After all, even a 7th-grade alchemist like Qing Danzi was willing to be his disciple. Even if this Tripod City Academy was the cradle of alchemists, there was no way that a 7th-grade alchemist would be willing to be someone else's disciple. Oh, your father's surname is Zhang, but your surname is Chong? You're the latter? Lin Yi's focus was a little more unique, and he even revealed an expression of curiosity and gossip. Hearing this, Chong Lading almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He said angrily, "That's my mother." Oh, I see. So, the chief alchemist of Tripod City Academy is a woman. Sorry about that. Lin Yi smiled without sincerity. Then, he cooperated and asked, "What about your father?" I'm going to say it now. You'd better be careful and stand firm, or you'll be scared to the ground by me. That would be too embarrassing. Chong Lading said with a disdainful look. Oh, I'm listening. Don't worry about me. I've always been open-minded. Come and scare me. Lin Yi smiled faintly, as if he was asking for a slap in the face. This little bastard really deserved a beating. Seeing this scene, Chong Lading was so angry that his teeth hurt. However, he didn't dare to attack directly. He could only continue to put on a disdainful look and said, "Listen up, my father is the mayor of Tripod City." Suddenly there was another round of exclamations. However, Lin Yi had a look of realization on his face. He nodded repeatedly and said, "Oh, I understand. Your Tripod City Academy is a small place in the countryside. Other academies are cities, but yours is a town." Chapter 49-21. Although from the name, the standard of Cauldron Town seemed to be a little lower than the main cities of those academies, but don't forget that Cauldron City Academy was the cradle of high-level alchemists, And Cauldron Town was the holy land of alchemists in the Yellow Class C region. Almost all the alchemists in the Yellow Class C region had to go there for a pilgrimage, and its status was extraordinary. In fact, although it was called Cauldron Town, its overall size was bigger than the main cities of those academies. The so-called Cauldron Town was just its most core area, a holy land of alchemists that no one could enter. Not only was Cauldron Town not small, but because of its super strong influence as the holy land of alchemists, it could even compete with Thunder City, where the headquarters of the Yellow Class Academy Alliance was located. The position of its town lord, even among the city lords of all the Yellow Class Academy main cities, was also among the best. Such a holy land of alchemists with such a high status was actually said to be a small place in the countryside. How could those who really came from small places endure this? Why. I'm so angry. Little bastard, you're courting death. Someone cripple him for me. Chong Lading stomped his feet and cursed. While speaking, he himself did not make a move. First, he knew that he could not beat Lin Yi, and second, there was no need for him to do it himself. There were many people who were willing to take care of Lin Yi for him. Of course, this certainly did not include old Xiao. In front of Lin Yi, he could only piss his pants in terror. Even if he had the heart, he did not have the strength. Sure enough, as soon as Chong Lading's voice fell, two profound ascension late-stage experts with extraordinary aura suddenly flashed beside him. More and more onlookers quickly made way for them. Although many of them were already new profound ascension early-stage experts, compared to these two senior profound ascension late-stage experts, there was still too much of a difference. Just this cold aura alone made people feel afraid, and they did not dare to cross the line. Bold madman, you dared to sneak attack young Master Chong in the trial, and now you are boasting shamelessly in public to slander my Cauldron City Academy. You're not going to surrender. One of them frowned and shouted, "Who are you people?" Lin Yi's expression did not change in the slightest as he sized up the two profound ascension late-stage experts who had suddenly appeared. Although their auras were strong and powerful, they should not be fake goods. However, he could clearly feel that the auras of these two people were a little rough. It seemed that they were not people who often fought, at least not very good at it. Lin Yi's guess wasn't wrong at all. These two were the libationers of Cauldron City, and they were high-level refiners as well. Naturally, they didn't spar with people like the other mystical late-phase masters, and it was inevitable that their auras were a bit rough. Humph! We are the libation of the Tripod City Academy. Which academy are you from? Hurry up and tell us your name. The two of them said in a condescending tone. With Chong Lading's powerful background, these two ordinary Grand Chancellors could only curry favor with him. Of course, they had to put on a good performance at this time. However, they couldn't just attack without saying anything. They had to put on a big hat for Lin Yi first. Otherwise, if this matter were to spread, they would have the reputation of bullying the weak. That would tarnish the reputation of Cauldron City Academy. Me? Didn't Chong Lading tell you? Lin Yi glanced at Chong Lading in surprise. Chong Lading's face immediately turned red. He had only asked these two to teach Lin Yi a lesson to vent his anger. As for the details of what happened on the path of a tyrant, he would not go into detail. After all, it would be too embarrassing. The two Grand Chancellors froze for a moment. When they saw Chong Lading's expression, they immediately knew that something was wrong. They quickly changed their words. No matter which academy you are from, you dare to slander our Cauldron City Academy in public. Just based on this alone, we cannot let you off easily. We can keep your life, but we must cripple your cultivation today as a warning to others. You are too much. Hearing this, Wang Xinyan could no longer hold it in. She immediately stepped forward. The aura of an early-stage profound ascension expert was unmistakable. Not only her, but Huang Xiaotao and Lu Xiaozhong also revealed their strength. In this way, including Lin Yi himself, there were a total of 4 early-stage mystical ascension masters. Although it was not worth mentioning in front of the 2 late-stage mystical ascension masters, the atmosphere still became very tense. Do you want to have your cultivation crippled as well? If you ruin your future in a moment of impulse, you can only live in the darkness and helplessness for the rest of your lives. Hurry up and back off. The 2 Grand Chancellors frowned when they saw the situation. They did not think that these people were very strong when they teamed up. In fact, if they really fought, for early-stage profound ascension experts wouldn't even be able to withstand a single move from them. However, if things really developed to that point, there would be repercussions. Because of Lin Yi's rudeness, the two of them had crippled his cultivation in front of everyone. This was not something that could be criticized, but if they were to cripple four new early-stage profound ascension experts, and they seemed to be from the same academy, then there would be a huge enmity. Once things got out of hand, the Cauldron City Academy would definitely have to give an explanation, and this black pot could only be placed on the two of them. After all, they couldn't push the blame onto Chong Lading, could they? Tisk tsk, I didn't think that the Cauldron City Academy would be so tyrannical. I thought that only the Leidong Academy was like this. Today is really an eye-opener. Lu Xiaozhong was a person who wished for the whole world to be in chaos. Not only was he not afraid at this time, he even went to provoke the other side. At most, it would be a chaotic battle. He had seen this kind of scene many times. Kid, you better be careful with your words. We only didn't want to make a move because you are all students of the same academy. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The Grand Chancellor of the Cauldron City Academy said coldly. Aya, I'm so scared. Lu Xiaozhong shouted with an exaggerated face. That expression really deserved a beating no matter how you looked at it. It was like his father Lu Dachong had inherited it. Die. The two Grand Chancellors were so angry that their mouths were crooked. If it weren't for the last bit of rationality, they would have slapped Lu Xiaozhong to death. This kid was too hateful. Your academy is really powerful. Wanting to cripple someone's cultivation without any reason. Do you really think that our Morning Star Academy is easy to bully? Wang Xinyan quickly stood up and said, not daring to let Lu Xiaozhong talk nonsense anymore. After all, they were facing two late-stage profound ascension masters. If they were to fight, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. The best solution today was to bring up the name of the Morning Star Academy, so that the other side wouldn't dare to act rashly. After all, in terms of strength, the Morning Star Academy was considered a top-tier existence among the Golden Stage Academies. Chapter 49-22. What's there to be afraid of? That little bastard is from the North Island. He's not from the Morning Star Academy. Chong Lading snorted in dissatisfaction. From the North Island? The two Tripod City Academy chancellors froze for a moment, then felt relieved. A mere disciple from the North Island wouldn't be a problem even if he was killed on the spot, let alone crippling his cultivation. Would Shanghai Tianhua come all the way to the East Continent just for a disciple from the North Island? You guys listen up, today we will only punish this insolent kid. If anyone else interferes, don't blame us for being merciless. The two chancellors' expressions turned serious, and they were about to attack Lin Yi. Wang Xinyan and the others' hearts sank, and they quickly tried to block in front of Lin Yi. But Lin Yi smiled and waved his hand. You guys go back and watch the show, I'm just about to get some exercise. Huh. Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao looked at each other stunned. Seeing that Lin Yi wasn't nervous at all, they looked at each other and retreated. Although they had faith in Lin Yi's strength, a profound ascending early stage against two profound ascending late stage, wasn't the difference a little too big? As for Lu Xiaozhong, he retreated quickly. He wasn't stupid, and although he wasn't afraid of trouble, it didn't mean that he wasn't afraid of death. Since Lin Yi said that he only needed to watch the show, he naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to be cannon fodder. Hee, a mere disciple from the North Island sure has a big mouth. The two chancellors laughed when they heard this. They thought that Lin Yi was a frog at the bottom of a well who had never seen the world. He was the king of a small place like the North Island, and he thought that he would be invincible in the East Continent. He was really stupid to a certain extent. Daydreams would always be broken one day. And today was the perfect time to wake him up. Seeing that Chong Lading had already revealed an impatient expression, the two chancellors of the Cauldron City Academy didn't dare to be negligent. They immediately leaped up and were about to attack Lin Yi. However, before the two of them could take their stances, Lin Yi suddenly raised his hand and shouted coldly, "Thousand Thunder Explosions!" As late-stage profound ascension experts, the two chancellors of the Cauldron City Academy displayed extreme contempt towards Lin Yi's moves. However, before the contempt could even be seen on their faces, the two of them suddenly twitched and fell to the ground, a thick dark blue lightning pillar on top of their heads. Hiss! The sound of people gasping in unison rose and fell, and it was continuous and unending. They didn't have time to do anything, and the two late-stage mystical ascension masters were lying on the ground with black smoke coming out of them. Everyone looked at Lin Yi as if they were looking at a monster. Was this guy really a mystical ascension master? Could this guy be a spirit beast? Someone couldn't help but whisper. It's possible. No, it should be very possible. Even if a human cultivator has a lightning attribute spiritual root, it's still impossible for him to release such a powerful lightning strike. It's almost at the level of a lightning tribulation. Oh no, this is even stronger than a lightning tribulation. Someone immediately echoed. Yes, a human cultivator can actually release a lightning tribulation. I've never heard of it before. Those powerful lightning attribute spirit beasts are more like it. I heard that not only are there lightning eagles, but there's also the legendary thunder dragon. Could this guy be a thunder dragon? Someone immediately had a brainwave. Yes, and you still say that he's from the North Island. When did the people of the North Island become so powerful? It's impossible. It must be the thunder attribute spirit beast inside that couldn't bear the loneliness and came out to fish in troubled waters. That must be it. Someone else said confidently. That makes sense. The teleportation circle here only has a one-way restriction. Although only original soul stage masters can enter, there's no restriction on strength. It's completely possible. Everyone quickly came to a conclusion. Listening to the whispers of the people around them, Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although they were also shocked by Lin Yi's sudden burst of power, they still thought that he was a thunder attribute spirit beast. What were they thinking? Oh, so he's the legendary thunder dragon. No wonder he's so powerful. Enite Sayue's eyes lit up. She agreed with this statement. Wang Xinyan and the others were completely shocked by her. She had just helped him concoct the profound raising pill. How could he be the legendary thunder dragon? Could it be that a thunder dragon could become an alchemist? This girl's brain was really different from normal people. However, Lin Yi didn't pay any attention to the discussions around him. He was completely immersed in the joy of the 1,000 lightning explosions. The one who was most shocked by the 1,000 lightning explosions wasn't the spectators, but himself. The 1,000 thunderbolts explosion was a new technique that he had come up with on the way here. The origin of this technique came from the thunder dragon. Everyone was right about this. Before this, Lin Yi's thunder and lightning energy was many times stronger than before. However, he hadn't truly grasped the essence of it. The way he attacked was simple and plain. To put it bluntly, he just let the thunder and lightning energy in his body pour out in torrents. There was no technique to speak of. This was like a wealthy man who obviously had too much money at home, but he would only use it like an ordinary person to feed and clothe himself. Apart from that, he didn't know how to spend so much money. It was simply a reckless waste of God's gifts. When he first received the thunder inheritance, Lin Yi only knew how to use arcs of electricity. Now that his thunder and lightning energy had grown many times stronger, the so-called lightning strike he mastered was actually a magnified version of arcs of electricity. There was no difference between the two. With Lin Yi's comprehension, he quickly realized that there was a problem. However, it wasn't easy for Lin Yi to figure out what the problem was. He needed advice from an expert. Unfortunately, the giant eel that gave him the thunder inheritance had long since perished. That ghost didn't specialize in thunder and lightning, so it was difficult for it to give him any advice. That was until he went to Thunder Burial City. The vengeful spirits Yuan Shan controlled the thunder dragon's corpse to use a few bolts of purple lightning. While it made Lin Yi suffer a lot, it also benefited him a lot. Not only did the thunder and lightning energy in his body become stronger, but it also gave him the opportunity to take a peek at some tricks. To be able to reach such a level of purple lightning, it was definitely not a simple superposition of the power of thunder and lightning. If that was the case, at most it would be dark blue. With the thunder and lightning energy in Lin Yi's body, it was more than enough to deal with Chong Lading and the others. However, once he faced a real master, he wouldn't even need to face a master of the mountain opening stage. Just a master of the profound ascending stage would be difficult to deal with. Chapter 49-23. When lightning strikes could not kill people, the threat would naturally be greatly reduced, and it was very likely to return to the previous embarrassing situation, where it could only be used to restrain and harass, but could not become a truly powerful killing move. Fortunately, Lin Yi had learned a trick from the long-dead Lei Long. He discovered that the opponent's purple lightning was far from a simple superposition of the power of lightning, but there were clear signs of some lightning particles colliding. The difference was very subtle, and even with Lin Yi's observation skills, it was hard for him to notice it right away. But this wasn't the first time he'd been struck by lightning. He'd been struck by lightning so many times, and he'd had a taste of the purple lightning. Without a doubt, other than the difference in the strength of the lightning, the most fundamental difference was the collision of the lightning particles. However, understanding was just understanding. Wanting to grasp such an exquisite and profound skill in an instant was not realistic. After all, Lin Yi himself was just a beginner who had barely learned lightning strikes, and it was impossible for him to directly reach the level of Lei Long in one step. However, he could follow this train of thought, and use his own method to transform the lightning strike bit by bit to become more powerful. The Thousand Thunderbolt explosion was the first step that Lin Yi had taken, integrating the violent Sand-Thousand explosive fist technique into the lightning strike, and thus came the shocking Thousand Thunderbolt explosion just now. Of course, it could also be called the violent lightning Thousand explosive fist, but Lin Yi clearly liked the Thousand Thunderbolt explosion more. It was awe-inspiring and imposing. All kinds of discussions could be heard from the surroundings. Most of them actually did not see what happened clearly. They only saw a thick dark blue lightning flash in front of their eyes, and then two profound Ascension late-stage experts lay down straight with black smoke rising from their bodies. But this did not hinder their imagination. For a time, all kinds of strange theories were clamoring. In contrast, the theory that Lin Yi was the incarnation of Lei Long was already considered reliable, and even more outrageous was that Lin Yi was the incarnation of the power of lightning, and even said that Lin Yi was the illegitimate child of the god of thunder and the goddess of lightning. Lin Yi was speechless. He couldn't help but want to point at these people's noses and scold them for being so superstitious. The spectators at the side were only discussing amongst themselves. Chong Lading, who was only a few steps away from the two chancellors, was so scared that he peed his pants. His heart was filled with lingering fear. Fortunately, he had learned his lesson last time and had the self-awareness to let these two unlucky chancellors act on his behalf. Otherwise, he would have been hacked into pieces on the spot. Young Master Chong, what do you think we should do next? Lin Yi cracked his knuckles maliciously. The dark blue electric arcs jumping on his fingertips were ready to move, just like the god of thunder. Feeling the cold killing intent in Lin Yi's eyes, Chong Lading was scared stiff. Every time the electric arc on Lin Yi's fingertips jumped, he couldn't help but tremble. He was afraid that a Thousand Thunderbolts explosion would suddenly appear on his head and smoke together with the two unlucky chancellors on the ground. You! How dare you attack me? Chong Lading was already very courageous for not running away on the spot. With his pride, he would never lose face in front of so many people. Moreover, in this place, even if he couldn't beat Lin Yi, there were plenty of people who could beat this northern island bumpkin to death. Didn't you see it? Is your eyesight bad? Lin Yi smiled faintly. Chong Lading was choked to the point of vomiting blood. He pointed at Lin Yi and gnashed his teeth. Just you wait. Believe it or not, I'll make you die without a burial place. I can't do anything to you inside, but since you're out, I can kill you with just a finger. Then hurry up and move. You're so noisy. You're not a man at all. Let me help you. Lin Yi felt that he was wasting time. As he spoke, the electric arc jumping on his fingertips suddenly grew into a dark blue lightning pillar. Although it was just a simplified version of Thousand Thunderbolts explosion, it was still breathtaking. Before his voice died away, the lightning pillar directly fell on the head of Chong Lading. Young Master Chong, who was fierce in appearance but weak in heart, immediately fell straight down with black smoke. His posture was the same as that of the two unlucky chancellors, or even worse. There was a faint smell of burnt flesh on his body. All the people present were suddenly stunned. One by one, they hurriedly retreated more than 10 feet. They looked at Lin Yi with a horrified expression, as if they were watching the fire cloud evil god. When did such a ruthless person appear in the northern island? Without saying a word, he killed two unlucky chancellors in the late profound ascension stage. Now, because he felt that the other party was too long-winded, he moved his finger and struck Chong Lading down. Was this guy going to repeat the ruthless deeds of Shanghai Tianhua? Back then, Shanghai Tianhua had forced the Academy Alliance into a corner all by himself. Although this guy with lightning all over his body was slightly weaker, it was obvious that he was also heading in that direction. After all, this was the territory of the Golden Stage Academy Alliance. Let's go, Lin Yi said to Wang Xinyan and the others behind him. He took the lead and walked in the direction of the dock. The surrounding people hurriedly made way for him, afraid that they would accidentally provoke this ruthless person from the northern island. This place was not suitable for them to stay for long. Since Chang Lading and the others had come to the door, Lin Yi of course had to fight back. However, he also expected that doing so would definitely cause trouble. It was best to return to the Morning Star Academy's treasure ship first. That way he would have another layer of protection, and others would more or less have to worry about him. However, before Lin Yi and the others could take a few steps, a group of people suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking their way. Lin Yi's eyelids suddenly twitched. These people all had a special symbol on them, which was completely different from the symbols of ordinary academies. The key point was that every one of them had a monstrous aura. They were all Magnate Realm Masters in the early mountain opening stage. After coming to the Heavenly Stage Island for 2 years, Lin Yi could be considered to have seen a lot of the world. He had once been chased by the West Mountain Old Sect, but he had never been surrounded like this before. In front of him was a whole group of Magnate Realm Masters of the mountain opening stage. This group of Magnate Realm Masters obviously did not come with good intentions. Seeing this, Wang Xinyan and the others couldn't help but turn pale. With their strength, they might be able to deal with the mysterious late-stage masters, but now that they were facing Magnate Realm Masters, what could they do? At this time, the surrounding spectators were even more in an uproar. Although many of them were mysterious early-stage masters, in front of so many Magnate Realm Masters, they couldn't even stand firm. They could only quickly retreat a few hundred feet to barely withstand the pressure of this monstrous aura. Who dares to cause trouble here? Arrest them. The leader's strength was much stronger than the others. He was actually a mountain opening stage master. Chapter 49-24. As expected of the East Continent where super experts gathered, even if it was just a Golden Stage Academy Alliance, it still had such a shocking strength. It was really not a small matter. The middle stage mountain opening expert seemed to be the guard captain. With a command, the 2 middle stage mountain opening experts walked towards Lin Yi, one on the left and one on the right. At this moment, Lin Yi's mind was racing. To be honest, the path of the magnate had not only allowed him to successfully advance to the profound ascension realm, but he had also mastered such a powerful lightning power. Now was the time for him to be bursting with confidence. However, no matter how confident he was, suddenly facing 2 middle stage magnate experts was still a huge pressure. After all, these 2 people were not the 2 unlucky chancellors from before. The 1,000 Thunderbolts explosion could deal with the middle stage magnate experts, but to say that they could even deal with the middle stage magnate experts at the middle stage was too whimsical. Not to mention the others, even Lin Yi himself did not believe it. However, this situation was obviously disadvantageous to him. Lin Yi could not just give up, right? He could not resist and he could not resist either. Lin Yi was suddenly in a dilemma, and he could not help but feel a little regretful. He did not regret taking care of Chang Lading and the 2 unlucky chancellors, but he regretted not escaping back to the treasure ship after taking care of the 3 of them. If he was on the treasure ship of the Morning Star Academy, then even the guards of the Academy Alliance would not be able to capture him in public, right? At most, it would just be wrangling. He had miscalculated. Lin Yi sighed to himself. Just as he was about to make a decision, someone suddenly stood up from behind him. It was Lu Xiaozhong. Why should we capture Master Lin? They were the ones who caused trouble first. Master Lin was only defending himself. Everyone can see this. Lu Xiaozhong shouted at the top of his lungs. Although facing so many giants of the mountain opening stage at such a close distance, he was not a person who was afraid of trouble. Moreover, his father was a giant of the mountain opening stage, and his strength was even stronger than these people, so he did not feel that there was anything to be afraid of. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a little moved when he saw this. In fact, he didn't have much friendship with Lu Xiaozhong. At most, Lu Xiaozhong took care of him a little on the road to becoming a giant, but he didn't give him too many benefits. At this time it was really commendable that Lu Xiaozhong could stand up for him without fear of power. Yeah, Linny isn't guilty. What right do you have to arrest him? Xinyan and Xiaotao jumped in front of Linny as well. What? Do you want to be arrested as well? The leader of the guards narrowed his eyes and looked coldly at the three of them. His dignified face was suddenly filled with displeasure, ruthlessness, and even killing intent. As the only military establishment of the Academy Alliance, the authority of the Alliance Guards was not to be underestimated. Killing was only one of the most basic duties. As long as they could come up with a reason, they could easily kill any disciple of any academy. Therefore, if they dared to disobey, even if they killed Linny and the others on the spot, they would have died in vain. The Morning Star Academy would not even have the right to pursue the matter. Under such circumstances, ordinary people would have long fled to some corner after feeling the killing intent of the guards. However, Lu Xiaozhong was surprisingly unyielding. He straightened his neck and said, I didn't do anything, I was only asking. Is that not enough? Do we, the disciples of the Morning Star Academy, not even have this little bit of authority? As a mid-mountain opening stage expert, the leader of the guards could not be bothered to talk nonsense with such a small fry. He immediately ordered coldly, arrest them all. At this time he was already being very polite by not saying to kill them all on the spot. Of course he was not a fool. If he really killed them without saying anything, even if the Morning Star Academy could not pursue the matter openly, they would definitely hate him to the core. The three heads of the Morning Star Academy were not people to be trifled with. Seeing that the two early mountain opening stage experts were about to make a move, Linny frowned. He never had the habit of waiting to be captured. Back then, he had dared to challenge the West Mountain Elder when he was only at the Gold Core stage, let alone now. To be honest, with Lin Yi's current strength at the early Profound Ascension stage, facing these mountain opening stage experts was no longer out of reach. If he really wanted to go all out, he might be able to put up a fight. Just as Lin Yi was about to go all out, a stern and somewhat familiar voice suddenly came from afar. What are you doing? You're blocking the way. Hurry up and get out of the way. When everyone heard the voice, they could not help but exclaim softly. No wonder the voice was familiar. It was the young-looking president of the Alliance. After seeing the president of the Alliance, the mid-mountain opening stage guard captain immediately lowered his head. After bowing with a respectful expression, he respectfully reported, President, there's a fight here. I'm dealing with it now. Then why aren't you moving? What's wrong with blocking the way here? The president glared at him, then turned to the woman beside him with some deliberate humility. He smiled apologetically and said, Master Zong, I'm sorry to have made a fool of myself in front of you. It's nothing. The woman snorted coldly. Although she maintained her youthful appearance, it was easy to tell from her temperament that she was definitely an old woman who had lived for God knows how long. Furthermore, she did not hide the arrogance and harshness on her face. It was as if everyone had to lower their heads in front of her, including the president of the alliance beside her. Please, please. The corner of the president's mouth twitched slightly. After signaling the guards to make way, he hurriedly invited the woman to go first. In fact, he was also a very arrogant person, and in terms of strength he was far above the other party. If it was not for the fact that he needed help from this Master Zong, he would not have been so humble. Perhaps he would have fallen out with her on the spot. The woman glanced arrogantly at the group of mountain opening stage giants, then walked through them with a high attitude. In her eyes, this group of mountain opening stage giants was probably a group of bodyguards. That kind of disdain and contempt was written clearly on her face. However, before she could maintain her noble demeanor to the end, when she caught a glimpse of the situation in front of her, she was instantly stunned. In the next moment, the woman rushed to the front of Chong, lading like a gust of wind. She hugged the guy who smelled burnt and exclaimed, Tinga, what's wrong with you? Tinga, wake up. Who did this? When everyone saw this, they immediately understood the identity of this woman. Without a doubt, this woman was Chong Lading's mother, the chief alchemist of the Tripod City Academy, Zhang Zili. Chapter 49-25. Everyone's eyes landed on Lin Yi, and Zhang Zili reacted quickly. She glared at Lin Yi with murderous intent. Was it you? Kid, do you want to die? As soon as Zhang Zili finished speaking, she was about to kill him. At this time, the president suddenly stood in front of her and said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing, "Grandmaster Zhang, please calm down. I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation for this matter. However, if you make a move here, I'm afraid it's against the rules. This is the exclusive land of the Golden Division School Alliance. Only the Alliance can deal with this. No school or person is allowed to interfere or the Alliance. Where does the authority of the Alliance will be?" Linny nodded to himself as he listened. He didn't know this guild leader well and didn't even know his name. He'd only heard him speak once before, but from what he'd said, he wasn't an unreasonable person. Compared to Zhang Zili and the guard captain, he was at least a reasonable person. Against the rules? Zhang Zili glared at the guild master unhappily before turning back to Lin Yi with a murderous look. Breaking the rules, huh? What if I have to kill him today? The union president's expression changed slightly. If Zhang Zili dared to speak to him like this under normal circumstances, he would have already turned hostile on the spot. But this time the matter was too important. He could only swallow his anger and say, "Grandmaster Zhang, I'll say it again. This is the exclusive territory of the academic union. Please do not make things difficult for me." Zhang Zili gave him a long look and smiled coldly. "Very well then, the authority of the Alliance is not to be offended. If that's the case, I'll be taking my Ting to heal. Find someone else." With that, Zhang Zili picked up the smoking chong lading and got up to leave. "Wait." The headmaster's face changed again and again. After a moment of consideration, he gritted his teeth. "Since it's your son who's injured, then this is Master Zhang's family business. I don't care anymore." Xin Yan and the others' hearts sank at the words, and they couldn't help but turn to Lin Yi worriedly. Even the head of the Alliance had chosen to back down in front of a woman like Zhang Zili. Didn't that mean they were doomed? Very well. The headmaster is a sensible person. Zhang Zili glanced at the Alliance leader with a smug expression before carefully putting down Chong lading. He turned to Lin Yi with a savage expression. "Kid, how dare you attack my Ting? You can die now." As he spoke, Zhang Zili's entire body released a fierce and sharp aura. His strength was without a doubt. He was actually an early mountain opening stage magnate. Xin Yan and the others jumped in fright. They'd just gotten out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's lair. It was a dangerous situation when they were blocked by the Alliance's guards, but these people were only here to capture Lin Yi. This Zhang Zili, on the other hand, was trying to kill Lin Yi, and he was an early-phase practitioner. If they'd fallen into the hands of the Alliance, at least Morning Star Academy would have intervened. At least their lives wouldn't be in danger, but this Zhang Zili was obviously going to kill him to vent her anger. Lin Yi would be dead if he fell into her hands. But in contrast to the shocked Xin Yan and the others, Lin Yi wasn't scared at all. In fact, he was even feeling a little excited as he looked at Zhang Zili calmly. Zhang Zili was an elixir refiner. Even when she fought, she had the aura of an elixir refiner. This meant that her combat ability was much weaker than a practitioner of the same level. Even if she was an early-stage magnate, she was still the weakest of them all. After all, there was only one non-mainstream elixir refiner like Lin Yi, who treated elixir refinement as a sideline. Most elixir refiners were synonymous with weak strength. Zhang Liju, the legendary elixir god, was an exception. Unfortunately, this was Zhang Zili, not Zhang Liju. Before this, Lin Yi could only run away when facing a magnate of the Alliance, but now that he'd advanced to the early stage of the Alliance, he no longer had the fear of facing a magnate of the Alliance, especially when facing Zhang Zili, who was the weakest of the Alliance. Lin Yi's heart was stirred. The Thousand Thunder explosion he just used to kill two mystical late-stage masters was something that even Zhang Zili couldn't do. This opening period trash that popped up out of nowhere was a free sparring partner for Lin Yi, who'd had a huge increase in strength recently. Seeing that Lin Yi was still so calm and collected, everyone started discussing again. Even the Union's master revealed a surprised expression. He'd never looked Lin Yi in the eye before. But a mere early-stage magnate of the Alliance facing Zhang Zili and still being so calm, this kid didn't look simple at all. Zhang Zili's smile became even colder. She didn't care what kind of background and confidence Lin Yi had. She only knew that Lin Yi had beaten her precious son half to death. Just based on this, Linny had to die. But before Zhang Zili could make a move, Linny suddenly called out, "Wait! Humph kid, it's too late for you to beg for mercy now. Since you hurt my Tinger, you have to pay the corresponding price, and that price is death." Zhang Zili said coldly. For this kind of unreasonable woman, Linny didn't even have the interest to look at her, let alone waste his saliva talking nonsense with her. Instead, he turned to the Union's master and said indifferently, "From what you're saying, the Union's master doesn't plan to intervene, right?" "That's right, although this is the territory of the Alliance of Academies, this is a private matter between you two. As the Union's master, there's no need for me to intervene." The Union's master paused for a moment, his eyes filled with regret and self-mockery. "Besides, Master Zhang isn't a member of our alliance, but a distinguished guest that we specially invited to help refine pills. Since it's her family's matter, I won't interfere." Hearing this, the expressions of everyone present couldn't help but become a little strange. The Golden Alliance was an official power in the Golden Sea region, especially since this was the Thunderous Plain Island, a place exclusive to the Alliance. If it were anyone else, they would have been trampled by the guards until not even dregs remained. Zhang Zili was, after all, the chief alchemist of the Tripod City Academy. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was the #1 alchemist in the Yellow Steppe Sea region. Her status was extraordinary, and even the Yellow Steppe Academy Alliance had to treat her with respect. She might need someone's help in the future just like now. Chapter 49-26. Hihi, I think you've misunderstood. Linny smiled indifferently and continued to look at the Alliance leader. "What I mean is, even if I kill her here today, I don't have to take responsibility, right?" The Alliance leader was stunned and couldn't react for a moment. Everyone looked at each other. Although Lin Yi's words were easy to understand, facing a mountain opening stage giant like Zhang Zili, no matter how powerful he was, wasn't it a bit too much to say such words in public? Could it be that this person's brain was broken? Without waiting for the Alliance leader to speak, Zhang Zili laughed wildly as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He looked at Lin Yi mockingly and said, "Ha ha ha! No wonder you dared to attack my Ting. Your tone is shockingly arrogant. I can clearly tell you that if you are able to kill me today, nothing will happen to you. However, if you are unable to kill me, humph, I will let you have a good taste of a fate worse than death." "Very good, I'm relieved to hear that," Lin Yi said as he stretched out his right arm. Electric arcs danced wildly on it, and his aura was released in an instant. "So you're a lightning element cultivator. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant." Seeing this, Zhang Zili's expression changed slightly. The thunder attribute was an extremely rare mutated spirit root attribute. Because of the special nature of the power of thunder and lightning, thunder attribute cultivators were synonymous with powerful and domineering almost at all times. Ordinary cultivators could not compete with them at all. If Lin Yi was not at the early stage of mysterious ascension, but at the profound ascension great perfection, Zhang Zili might have to take the initiative to retreat. Because she, who was the weakest mountain opening stage, had no chance of winning against a lightning element profound ascension great perfection expert. But now he was just a profound ascension great perfection expert. The difference in strength was enough to crush everything. Then let me experience the strength of a mountain opening stage giant today. As Lin Yi spoke, the electric arcs on his fingertips suddenly grew into a terrifying dark blue lightning pillar. It was the newly developed Thousand Thunder Explosion. In the blink of an eye, the Thousand Thunder Explosion smashed towards Zhang Zili at a speed beyond the limits of the naked eye. The distance between them was only a few feet. Basically, the moment the Thousand Thunder Explosion appeared, it had already hit Zhang Zili's face. However, Zhang Zili reacted in time. At the end of the day, she was still at the initial phase of the mountain. Even if she wasn't good at fighting, she was still a giant-level master. Zhang Zili's reaction speed wasn't something that the crowd around her, who were at most at the initial phase of the profound ascension realm, could compare to. Plus, she wasn't an idiot. After discovering that he was a lightning element practitioner, she was already on her guard. As everyone knew, the most troublesome thing about thunder element cultivators was not their super destructive power, but the extreme speed of their thunder and lightning. Basically, as soon as they attacked, the thunder and lightning would directly hit their opponent. Even the most basic evasion was an extravagant hope, In this case, when facing lightning element cultivators, it was necessary to make accurate predictions in advance, because no one could rely purely on temporary reactions to avoid lightning. Otherwise, no matter how strong they were, they would only become a lightning target. Although Zhang Zili was not good at fighting, she was still a mountain opening stage giant after all. She still knew this most basic concept, so long before Lin Yi raised his hand, she had already reacted. In the face of the fierce Thousand Thunder explosion, Zhang Zili did not have the slightest intention of retreating. She was a mountain opening stage giant. How could she take the initiative to retreat in front of a mere profound ascending stage? Wouldn't that be a joke? Zhang Zili put her hands together, and before the Thousand Thunder explosion got close, she suddenly pushed out a super fireball. The color was not the common dark red or dark red, but extremely dazzling white. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out. The Thousand Thunder explosion and the white fireball were actually evenly matched. The aftermath of the collision forcefully sent the surrounding nascent soul stage experts flying. Only the early profound ascension stage experts were still able to stabilize their bodies, but it was very difficult. White flames. Lin Yi couldn't help but frown when he saw this. This meant that the temperature of Zhang Zili's flame was far higher than his own alchemy fire. As expected of an early mountain opening stage alchemist. Even if he wasn't good at other things when it came to playing with fire, an ordinary giant realm expert of the same level couldn't compare to Zhang Zili. As the temperature of the pill fire increased, its color would also constantly change. From the initial red to orange and then to gold. As for Zhang Zili's white fireball, its temperature was far above that of the gold, and its power was not to be underestimated. Looks like I've underestimated this woman. No matter what, she's still a mountain opening realm expert. If I'm not careful, I might die. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. Fortunately, his opponent wasn't good at fighting. If this white flame wasn't a normal fireball, but a strong fire element skill, his Thousand Thunder explosion wouldn't have been able to withstand it, and he would have been in big trouble. Lin Yi was secretly shocked. At this time, Zhang Zili was actually more shocked than him. This woman was not as arrogant and ignorant as she appeared to be. She was well aware of her own strength. The white fireball just now couldn't deal with masters of the same level, but it had always been successful in killing profound ascending stage experts. How could it be evenly matched with the opponent? Although it couldn't be seen on the surface, Zhang Zili suddenly panicked a little. As an alchemist, she didn't have any powerful martial skills, and her ability to adapt on the spot was even worse. The only thing she could rely on was the huge gap in strength to crush the opponent head-on. There was no other way. But if she couldn't crush the opponent, what could she do? Kid, you have some strength. If that's the case, then I can't let you go today. Zhang Zili's expression was cold and ruthless. The stronger the opponent was, the more she had to eliminate him. Now, he was only at the early profound ascending stage and he could fight her head-on. Once he grew up in the future, it would be terrible. Is that so? Then I really have to open my eyes and see clearly. The so-called mountain opening stage giant is only SOSO. Lin Yi smiled coldly. As soon as his voice fell, his figure suddenly flashed, and he appeared in front of Zhang Zili in the blink of an eye like a ghost. After all, he was facing a mountain opening stage giant. This time he did not hesitate to use the extreme butterfly subtle steps, just to catch him off guard. Zhang Zili originally wanted to say a few harsh words, but she quickly swallowed them back. She, a mountain opening stage giant, was actually shocked by the speed displayed by Lin Yi at the moment. Her first reaction was not to face the enemy head-on, but to retreat. Chapter 49-27. If it was any other early-stage mountain opening realm master, when faced with Lin Yi's sudden attack, they would definitely not retreat half a step. They would definitely use their absolute strength to suppress Lin Yi head-on, and then slowly crush him to death. How could they retreat so easily and be thrown into confusion? However, Zhang Zili was not an idiot. After subconsciously retreating for a moment, she quickly reacted. Retreating like this would only increase the opponent's arrogance, and make the opponent stronger. After a long time, she might really fail miserably. You're looking for death. Zhang Zili's palms once again condensed white flames. As she opened and closed them, they formed a long stream of fire. She wanted to take advantage of the situation and kill the approaching Lin Yi. Unfortunately, before she could make a move, Linny had already flashed to the other side like a ghost. Ignoring absolute strength in terms of battle awareness, even 100 Zhongzili would not be Lin Yi's opponent. Her every move was within Lin Yi's expectations. Zhongzili's attack missed and instantly revealed a small opening. However, Lin Yi did not take advantage of the situation to use the Thousand Thunder explosions. If he used the same move too many times, it would be easy for the opponent to figure it out. Moreover, it was rare for him to encounter such a weak early-stage mountain opening realm martial artist. Of course, he had to take advantage of this opportunity to test it out. In the past, Chong Lading was simply too weak. At the very most, he was only able to test out the 4 elemental martial techniques before he could no longer hold on. Since his son was useless, then it was his mother's turn. She was a good opponent that had delivered herself to his doorstep. With the Dragon's Roar, Lin Yi's trump card, the killing aura of the 5 elements, finally showed itself. After all, the opponent was a giant of the opening mountain stage, and it'd be looking down on him if he used a 4-element skill. The killing aura of the 5 elements was just the beginning. Moreover, this was not a normal 5 elements killing aura. Zhongzili didn't have much battle awareness, but he had good eyesight. He could tell with one look that this killing aura of the 5 elements wasn't something to be underestimated. Even if it didn't look as frightening as the 1,000 lightning explosions, it was definitely more profound than the 1,000 lightning explosions. Insignificant skill. Although he said so, Zhongzili did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. He hurriedly sent a white fireball to meet the murderous aura of the 5 elements. When the two collided head-on, everyone thought that there would be a loud bang like at the beginning, but unexpectedly, Lin Yi's 5-element murderous aura did not even make a fart movement, and was directly crushed by the opponent's white fireball. From the start to the end, he did not even expend the slightest bit of energy, let alone fight on par with his opponent like he did with the 1,000 lightning burst earlier. Everyone in the surroundings couldn't help but be taken aback. After the 2 spectacular confrontations from before, they had subconsciously regarded Lin Yi as a tyrannical figure that could rival Zhongzili. After all, from these 2 confrontations, he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. Instead, he was leading Zhongzili by the nose. But this time, the gap in strength between the 2 sides was immediately exposed. This merciless Beidao might barely be able to exchange 1 or 2 moves with Zhongzili, but any more than that would be impossible. After all, he was only at the early stage of mysterious ascension. Ha 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 ha. I thought you were strong, but it turns out that you're just a good-looking but useless embroidered pillow. You're exhausted so quickly? I haven't even warmed up yet. Zhongzili sneered proudly. However, what she didn't realize was that at this moment, the Alliance Master and the Alliance Guard team's mountain opening stage experts suddenly revealed a mocking expression when they heard her words. This woman still hasn't realized the danger until now? A dignified mountain opening stage giant is actually so slow. It's really sad to a certain extent. Hee as you wish. Now we can warm up to our heart's content. Lin Yi smiled faintly. What did you say? Only at this moment did Zhongzili suddenly feel that something was wrong. Before she could react, hundreds of 5-element murderous auras suddenly appeared in all directions. Listening to the endless dragon roars, Zhongzili's expression suddenly changed. It turned out that the 5-element murderous aura just now was not destroyed at all. It was purely a cover. It was ridiculous that she thought that this was the opponent's full strength. Let's begin, let me see how you warm up. Lin Yi calmly snapped his fingers, and the 5-element murderous auras surrounding Zhongzili all launched attacks at the same time. The bystanders couldn't even see Zhongzili's shadow. They could only see the densely packed 5-element murderous auras drowning her. The scene could be described as shocking. Zhongzili instantly became flustered. Even if she temporarily condensed the strongest white flame, it could only lock onto a few of the 5-element murderous auras in an area. It was simply unrealistic to want to destroy all of the 5-element murderous auras in one go. What she could do now was to quickly open up a gap and then break out from it. Lin Yi didn't take the opportunity to attack again. It wasn't that he was intentionally going easy on her. It was mainly because the move just now had used up all the chi in his body. At this moment, he could only take the opportunity to use the jade pendant to quickly replenish his chi, while carefully observing the situation in front of him, preparing for the next move. This is a phantom. After Zhongzili fled for a moment, She finally realized that something was wrong. Not all of the 5-element murderous auras were real, most of them were just for show. A mere appearance actually deceived a mountain opening stage powerhouse like her. Zhang Zili immediately gritted her teeth in anger. She was clearly played by this kid in public. The leaders of the Alliance and the mountain opening stage powerhouses shook their heads again. Although this woman was an alchemist, it was understandable that her strength was weaker than the powerhouses of the same level. However, the combat ability of a dignified mountain opening stage powerhouse was actually so poor, it really made people speechless. Most of them could see at a glance that 99% of the 5-element murderous auras in Lin Yi's move were just missed without any attack power. No matter how realistic the disguise was, if one's insight was strong enough, they would eventually be able to see through the flaws. What's more, even if they couldn't see through it at once, they could infer with the most basic logic. It was impossible for so many 5-element murderous auras to be real, because with the strength of the 5-element murderous auras, a normal early-stage profound ascending stage powerhouse could only use 5 or 6 of them, but there were hundreds of them in front of them. Even if it was Zhang Zili, she would be played around by Lin Yi's simple move of the 5-element murderous aura. If it was any other mountain opening stage powerhouse present, it would be difficult for this move to have any effect at all. Chapter 49-28. Looking at Zhang Zili, whose aura was in a mess, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel pity. He unleashed the 5 elements killing aura again, not giving his opponent any chance to catch her breath. This time it was still the 5 elements killing aura, but on top of that, Lin Yi added another attribute, the ice attribute. With that, the 5 elements plus the 2 elements of ice and mist was an unprecedented 7-element skill. This meant that other than the strongest element in his body, the lightning element, Lin Yi had successfully combined all the other elements into one. It was a miracle to be able to do this in such a short amount of time. Of course, this was also because he had the foundation of the 5 elements killing chi. He could easily merge the 5 elements together. After that, the mist and ice attributes were only a step further on this foundation. Imperceptibly, the difficulty was much lower. Otherwise, not to mention a 7-element martial skill, just combining a 5-element martial skill was already a headache. You're out of tricks already? You're using the same move again? Do you think I'm an idiot? Zhang Zili didn't notice the difference in the 5 elements killing aura this time, and continued to mock Lin Yi shamelessly. Unsurprisingly, her stupid reaction, which had no self-awareness, was once again looked down upon mercilessly by the mountain opening stage masters of the Alliance. At this moment, everyone was thinking the same question. How could such a stupid woman have such high attainments in the Tao of alchemy? Could it be that her intelligence and wisdom were all concentrated on alchemy, and she was a complete idiot in other aspects? You really are an idiot. Lin Yi said what everyone was thinking. You. Zhang Zili gritted her teeth in anger, but it was a pity that she was once again surrounded by hundreds of murderous auras of the 5 elements. There was no way she could free her hands to deal with Lin Yi. Even if 99% of the murderous auras were harmless, she still had to be careful. If the murderous auras of the 5 elements took advantage of the chaos and locked onto her vitals, it would be a disaster. With the previous experience, Zhang Zili's response this time was much more relaxed. She first used the white fireball that she was best at to blast open the encirclement, and then she evaded and circled around. This was the dumbest way to deal with it, but it was not completely ineffective. Just from this point alone, using the same move a second time would be much less effective. It was a pity that Zhang Zili didn't realize that the 5 elements murderous aura haze this time carried the ice attribute. Of course, if any ice attribute martial skill was used alone, it would be completely suppressed by her white fireball. It would be almost impossible for it to have any effect. However, when the ice attribute merged with the killing intent of the 5 elements, this absolute suppression no longer existed. Instead, the ice attribute was able to display its effects when she continuously fought with it. This effect was the freezing effect. Although it couldn't completely freeze Zhang Zili, her speed was obviously slowed down, but that was enough. Zhang Zili quickly became flustered, and he was exhausted from dealing with them. When facing the encirclement and obstruction of over 100 strands of 5-element killing intent, various large and small flaws emerged one after another, and the scene could be said to be filled with danger. The spectators in the distance were all dumbfounded. A profound ascending stage expert actually bullied a mountain opening stage expert to such an extent. Was the script written wrong? Boom! Zhang Zili's weak combat accomplishment determined that she couldn't cope with this kind of predicament at all. The substantial killing intent of the 5 elements mixed in the fog finally took the opportunity to attack, hitting several vital parts of her body. Even if she was a mountain opening stage expert, she would be seriously injured by such an attack at once. Hearing this movement, everyone's heart jumped at the same time. Even if they saw everything clearly just now, they still felt incredible when they saw Zhang Zili being bombarded into the dust at this time. They looked at Lin Yi as if they were looking at a monster. This guy could even suppress a mountain opening stage expert. When did such a heaven-defying person appear in the North Island? However, Lin Yi's expression didn't show any sign of relaxing. Instead, his eyebrows tightened at this moment. Sure enough, just a moment later, Zhang Zili suddenly rushed out of the dust with a ferocious look. Her whole body was wrapped in a thin layer of white flame, and she madly rushed toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi shook his head secretly as he retreated. A mountain opening stage expert was really not easy to deal with. Even Zhang Zili, who was the weakest mountain opening stage expert without any combat awareness, was still not a trivial matter. The attack just now didn't seriously injure Zhang Zili. Seeing that she was unscathed at the moment and was wrapped in a layer of white flame, it could be inferred that it must be this thing that blocked the killing intent of the 5 elements. No matter how weak Zhang Zili was, at least she still had this life-saving trump card. Before this, from the beginning to the end, Lin Yi had been suppressing Zhang Zili in various ways, but from this moment on, the situation was suddenly completely reversed. On the contrary, Zhang Zili began to chase madly, and Lin Yi could only be chased by her. Fortunately, the extreme butterfly microstep was fast enough. Otherwise, the one who suffered a big loss at this time would be Lin Yi. At this point, the result was already obvious. 7 attribute martial arts was not enough to deal with Zhang Zili. It seemed that only 8 attribute martial arts was possible. Unfortunately, the thunder attribute in Lin Yi's body was too powerful. This certainly brought him great benefits, but at the same time there was also a big drawback, which was that it increased the difficulty of fusing it with the other 7 attributes. If Lin Yi was given a month with his comprehension, it was enough to figure out the strongest version of 8 attribute martial arts, which might be more than enough to deal with Zhang Zili. But how could he have this opportunity now? Let alone a month, Zhang Zili could not even give him the time of a stick of incense. In front of so many people, he was suppressed by a mere mysterious ascendant early stage expert. Zhang Zili, the mountain opening stage expert, had long lost his face. At this moment he was completely furious. He desperately wanted to tear Lin Yi into pieces. Otherwise it would be difficult to dispel the hatred in his heart. Boy, if you have any tricks, just use them. Why? Are you at your wits' end this time? Zhang Zili laughed coldly as he chased after Lin Yi. It doesn't matter how many tricks you have up your sleeves, the difference in strength is right here. You will die today, no one can save you. This time Lin Yi did not answer. He just buried his head and fled everywhere, giving people the feeling that he was really at his wits' end, and the situation had become dangerous. Chapter 49-29. Huang Xiaotao's heart was burning with anxiety. She saw that Lin Yi's dodging was getting more and more difficult, and she couldn't help but want to help. She didn't care if the opponent was a master of the mountain opening stage or not. As long as they did harm to Lin Yi, they would be her mortal enemy. But Wang Xinyan quietly pulled her back, shook her head and whispered, "Watch carefully, we can't interfere in a battle of this level." But Huang Xiaotao understood this as well. They wouldn't be able to help Zhang Zili if they interfered with their current strength, and they might even drag Lin Yi down. Even so, they couldn't just stand by and watch, could they? Were they just going to watch Lin Yi fall into a hopeless situation like this? He never does things he's not confident in. Since he said that, it means that he won't lose, at least he won't be at a disadvantage. Let's open our eyes and watch. Wang Xinyan smiled and shook her head. She knew Lin Yi too well. If Lin Yi didn't have this confidence, he wouldn't have attacked Zhang Zili just now. He would definitely think of a way to use the Morningstar Academy's name to solve this problem as much as possible. Really? Huang Xiaotao was still a little worried, but she didn't have any intention of interfering. Since Wang Xinyan trusted Lin Yi so much, she had no reason not to. While the two girls were talking, it was unknown whether it was because Zhang Zili was getting faster and faster, or because Linny was getting slower and slower, but the situation became more and more dangerous. Linny narrowly avoided the white fireballs a few times, causing the surrounding people to exclaim. Everyone knew that this white fireball was not to be underestimated. Once touched by it, it wouldn't just be a problem of getting injured, the whole person might turn into ashes. Zhang Zili was a mountain opening stage powerhouse after all, and this was not a joke. What's this kid doing? Others couldn't see it, but the leader of the alliance could clearly see that Linny wasn't as passive as he seemed on the surface. He seemed to be preparing for something. He should be exhausted. After all, he's only at the early stage of the mysterious ascension realm. No matter how strong he is, the true qi in his body is a shortcoming that he can't overcome. The guard captain at the middle stage of the mountain opening realm frowned. The surrounding mountain opening stage giants also nodded. Today's battle was an eye-opener for them. They had never seen such a powerful early stage mystical ascendant master. But even so, none of them were optimistic about Lin Yi's chances. To be honest, Lin Yi had used so many powerful moves in succession, but he still had the strength to dodge, which was already beyond their expectations. If it was an ordinary early-stage profound ascension expert, not to mention continuing to deal with Zhang Zili, he would have long exhausted his qi and died of exhaustion. Maybe, but I have a feeling that this kid is not that simple. The Alliance Master shook his head thoughtfully. His strength was far above everyone else's, so he was naturally able to see things more thoroughly than everyone else. However, he really couldn't think of any backup plan that Lin Yi could have left behind. This was indeed illogical. Kid, you're about to die of exhaustion, right? Haha, I've just finished warming up. Today, I'll let you have a good taste of despair. I'll burn you into ashes bit by bit. Zhang Zili laughed like a crazy woman. As she spoke, she finally found a flaw in Lin Yi. Two blazing white flames instantly stuck to Lin Yi, surrounding him from all directions. All of a sudden, all of his escape routes were blocked. Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao's expressions changed at the same time. They believed in Lin Yi, but the situation was too dangerous. The two girls almost wanted to attack at the same time. However, at this moment Lin Yi, who was trapped in the middle of the white flames, smiled instead. There was no panic in his tone, and he still seemed calm and composed. That's such a coincidence. I've just finished warming up, so I can start to get serious. You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. Die. Zhang Zili didn't believe Lin Yi's bullshit at all. Under her control, the white flames pressed down on Lin Yi from all directions, drowning him in a sea of white flames. Lin Yi didn't even look at it. He suddenly raised his hands and shouted, "Thunder Burial! Thunder Burial!" Everyone present, including the Union Master, was shocked when they heard this name. They all looked at each other in confusion. The Thunder Burial was a specialty of Thunderous Plains Island. However, the sky was clear and boundless. Where was the slightest sign of a thunder burial? Ha 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 ha. Acting all mysterious and boasting shamelessly. You think someone like you can get a thunder burial? You're not that strong, but you sure know how to bluff. Zhang Zili laughed coldly. However, before she could finish laughing, the originally cloudless sky suddenly surged with winds and clouds. Following that, a gigantic pillar of lightning that was comparable to the weight of 10 people came crashing down. The previous 1,000 thunder explosions was only dark blue. But this time, the gigantic pillar of lightning was shockingly tinged with a faint purple color. Zhang Zili didn't even have a chance to react. She was hit on the spot. It was also a lightning-type killer move. If the previous 1,000 thunderbolts explosion was said to be shocking, then the thunder burial that descended from the sky this time completely stunned everyone present. Even the alliance leader and the mountain opening stage powerhouses were shocked and speechless for a long time. In front of the power of the thunder burial pillar, Zhang Zili's white flames didn't have the slightest resistance. Just the aftermath of the thunder burial easily flattened it. Even Lin Yi was sent flying. This is a thunder burial? After the guild leader regained his senses, his face instantly turned green. He had been watching the show from the sidelines. When he saw Zhang Zili being defeated by Lin Yi, he even felt secretly happy. After all, this woman was really annoying. If he didn't need her help, how could he, the guild leader, be so humble? But although he was secretly happy, the guild leader definitely couldn't let anything happen to Zhongzili, especially under his watch. Otherwise, if Zhongzili really fell, who would refine pills for him? Like everyone else, the guild leader still underestimated Lin Yi. Even if Lin Yi had the upper hand at the beginning and forced Zhongzili into a panic, he still didn't think that Lin Yi could cause any substantial damage to Zhongzili. No matter how difficult the process was, Zhongzili would have the last laugh in the end. Chapter 49:30. In reality, before Lin Yi used the Thunder Burial, the situation was indeed within the president's expectations. That was why he could be so relaxed and not worry about the situation getting out of control. But at this moment he was dumbfounded. He never would have thought that Lin Yi could actually activate the Thunder Burial. What was going on? Although Thunder Element cultivators were very rare, with his experience, it was not like he had never seen one before. In conclusion, they were indeed much stronger than ordinary cultivators. But activating the Thunder Burial? Was this something that a normal person could do? Not to mention a mere early-stage mysterious ascending realm cultivator. Even a mountain opening stage cultivator who was mainly Thunder Element couldn't use such a heaven-defying method, right? There was still a glimmer of hope for those legendary Thunder Element spiritual beasts, but this brat was obviously a human cultivator. The president's eyesight was not so bad that he couldn't even differentiate between a human and a spiritual beast. As suspicious as he was, the guild leader still saw through some clues. He'd felt that something was wrong from the moment Lin Yi kept dodging, and now that he thought about it, it was clear that the kid was using the opportunity to store up a big move. Zhongzili, that stupid woman, didn't know anything about it at all, and let the guy unleash that shocking lightning burial. After all, he was the strongest person present. What the president guessed was right. Lin Yi did indeed do this. This Thunder Burial was simply an upgraded version of the Thunder Thousand explosion. However, he used the profound meaning of the vital energy bomb, and continuously condensed all the power of thunder in his body to form an ultimate move. One should know that what was hidden in Lin Yi's body was not only his own power of thunder. There was also the powerful electricity left by the purple lightning from the resentful spirit. In addition, Lin Yi's endless vital energy was transformed into the power of thunder. After combining the two, all of it poured out in the form of the vital energy bomb version of the Thunder Thousand explosion. The effect was astonishing. There was no other way. Facing a mountain opening stage cultivator like Zhongzili, he had to use this almost extreme method. Otherwise, he could only make the opponent embarrassed like before, but not hurt her at all. Of course, if Zhongzili had been replaced by other giants in the mountain opening stage, Lin Yi probably wouldn't even have the chance to use this ultimate move, let alone defeat his enemy with one move. Unlike the Thousand Thunderbolt explosion from before, not only was Thunder Burial far more powerful than the Thousand Thunderbolt explosion, but it also lasted much longer. After Zhongzili was struck, his entire body was sucked into the air. He twitched and struggled madly, and there were even scalp-numbing howls of pain mixed in. Lin Yi nodded secretly. The life force of a mountain opening stage powerhouse was indeed strong. If it was a profound ascending stage powerhouse, even if it was a profound ascending great perfection stage powerhouse, they wouldn't even be able to withstand the ultimate move of Thunder Burial. They would probably be turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. But Zhongzili could still show such suffering. At a time like this, suffering was also a form of strength, because those who were not strong enough would not even have the qualifications to endure suffering. At this moment, Lin Yi's eyelids suddenly twitched. He had been paying attention to the alliance leader in the distance. Although this guy said that he wouldn't intervene in the beginning, Lin Yi didn't believe such nonsense. Sure enough, the alliance leader finally couldn't hold back and made a move. However, he wasn't aiming at Lin Yi. Instead, he raised his hand, and a cyan arrow-like force forcefully split Thunder Burial in half. At the same time, the alliance leader's figure flashed. Others felt as if he hadn't moved at all, but there was one more person in his hand. It was Zhongzili, who was hit by Thunder Burial. So strong! Lin Yi was secretly shocked by this scene. Rumor had it that the alliance leader was a master in the earth opening stage, which was above the mountain opening stage. Now it seemed that it was true. Otherwise, if he was only in the mountain opening stage, even if he could deal with Thunder Burial, he wouldn't be able to do it so easily, right? But even so, the alliance leader still couldn't save Zhongzili. At this time, this woman's body was emitting black smoke, and it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. It was exactly the same as the two unlucky Chancellor and Chong Lading. The whole audience was dead silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. If Lin Yi defeating two profound ascending late-stage masters was still within the scope of their understanding, then this scene had completely exceeded the limit of their understanding. A profound ascending early-stage master, crossing a whole realm to defeat a mountain-opening stage magnate master. When did the world become so crazy? This was not only unbelievable, but it completely subverted common sense. Not to mention seeing it, they had never even heard of it. Speaking of which, the East Continent itself was a place where geniuses gathered. Geniuses who could challenge above their level were very rare in other heaven stage islands, but here there were a lot of them. It was not uncommon for a profound ascending stage master to defeat a mountain opening stage magnate, but those were all well-known profound ascending great perfection stage masters. How could a mere profound ascending early stage do such a thing? Only Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao's expressions were relatively normal. Although they were worried for Lin Yi, they knew that fighting an enemy that was a whole level higher was nothing out of the ordinary for Lin Yi, even though it was shocking to others. But for Lin Yi, it was nothing out of the ordinary. Since he could do it in the past, now that he had become a profound ascending early stage master, defeating a mountain opening stage magnate was not strange at all. Looking at Zhang Zili, whose life and death were unknown, the alliance leader was dumbfounded for a moment. After a moment his face became gloomy, and he looked at Lin Yi coldly. "Kid, what do you mean by this?" A suffocating pressure followed, and Lin Yi was even more certain of this person's strength. He was indeed not a mountain opening stage magnate, but an earth opening stage master. Nothing. Since she wants to deal with me, naturally she has to be prepared to be dealt with by me. Lin Yi's expression didn't change at all as he looked at him calmly. Plus, as I said before, I even confirmed with the guild leader before I made my move. I asked if I would take responsibility if I killed her, and she said no. This is something that everyone can see. Could it be that the guild leader still wants to stand up for her? His words were reasonable, and the people who were watching from afar nodded. At the time they thought that this guy was just bullshitting, but they didn't expect him to actually have the strength to kill Zhang Zili. What a freak! Although the North Island's overall strength wasn't that strong, it had produced quite a number of heaven-defying characters. Shanghai Tianhua, Zhang Liju, these were all famous characters in the East Continent, and it seemed that there would be another legend of the North Island from now on. Chapter 49-31. However, he really did need Zhang Zili's help. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so submissive before. But now Zhang Zili was emitting black smoke from his body. What should he do? No matter what, you were the one who started this. Now that so many people have been injured, and even Master Zhang is lying on the ground, you have to give me a reasonable explanation, the Union Master said in an unpredictable tone. That's right. This matter was really unexpected. For people had been knocked down by this kid, and all of them were from the Tripod City Academy. Chong Lading, the young master with a strong background, two late Mysterious Ascension Academy chancellors, and now Zhang Zili. This was a big mess. If he couldn't give an explanation, he might as well give up his position as the president of the Academy Alliance. He could ignore everything else, but he had to at least give a satisfactory explanation to the Tripod City Academy. After all, it was one of the most influential Golden Stage academies. Moreover, he had something to ask of them. Explanation? Lin Yi looked at the president without batting an eyelid, and asked with a deep meaning. I wonder what kind of explanation the president wants? You can't be thinking of using me as an apology, right? The guildmaster's heart skipped a beat. To be honest, the thought had popped up in his head for a moment, but he pushed it down immediately. While he had a favor to ask from Cauldron City, he wasn't stupid enough to offend Lin Yi. An early-stage mysterious ascending expert who could defeat a mountain-opening stage giant. The significance of this was too great. There was no doubt that this kid's future was absolutely limitless. Not to mention becoming a mountain-opening stage giant. Even if he was on equal footing with him, the leader of the alliance, it would be a matter of course. If he offended Lin Yi today, unless he was ruthless enough to eliminate him completely, he would be making himself a great enemy for no reason. A great enemy who could possibly surpass him in the future. If it was just potential, it wouldn't be a big deal. The number of super geniuses who had died in his hands was at least 80. Nipping a threat in the bud was a common thing in the East Continent, so it wasn't enough to scare him. What the Alliance leader was truly worried about was the other meaning. A genius like Lin Yi was definitely not someone that could be nurtured by ordinary forces. He must have an incomparably powerful background behind him. Perhaps it was one of the few who stood at the peak of the Yellow Class C region. This was the most frightening part. If he made a move against Lin Yi today, he might not even have to wait until tomorrow before a super powerhouse standing at the peak of the 5 Heaven Rank Islands came to have a heart-to-heart talk with him. He still wanted to live for a few hundred or 1,000 years. After some thought, the Alliance president finally suppressed this dangerous thought and asked, "Which academy are you from? Your academy's qualification to participate in the next path of the tyrant trial is revoked." Instead of making a move against Lin Yi himself, he would make a move against the academy behind him. This was the safest way he could think of. He could use it to fool the Tripod City Academy, and he wouldn't really offend Lin Yi. After all, he was the Alliance president. It was within his authority to make a move against any Yellow Class Academy, and no one else could criticize him. Lin Yi was slightly stunned when he heard this, but he immediately understood what the Alliance president was thinking. The corner of his mouth curved up slightly, and he said calmly, "I'm sorry, I don't belong to any academy. I'm from the North Island." The North Island? The Alliance president was stunned. He didn't know what had happened before, so he naturally didn't know where Lin Yi came from. He blurted out in disbelief, "Are you lying to me?" "Of course not." Lin Yi smiled faintly, and he suddenly walked forward, setting up a divine sense barrier that could prevent people from spying on them. The Alliance president saw this and knew that Lin Yi wanted to tell him something secretive, so he didn't stop him. Instead, he set up a stronger divine sense barrier as well. After all, Lin Yi's strength was clear for all to see, and his divine sense barrier might not be effective against the Alliance's opening stage masters. "I'm Lin Yi, a disciple of the Shanghai Tianhua of the North Island, and also the last disciple of the Pil God Zhang Liju," Lin Yi said faintly in a low voice. "What?" The Alliance president's face changed when he heard this. Lin Yi's words were earth-shattering news, and the shock it brought him was no less than when he defeated Zhang Zili. No wonder he had to set up a divine sense barrier. One sentence brought out 2 legends of the North Island, and Lin Yi's words were indeed earth-shattering. Speaking of which, Shanghai Tianhua wasn't a big deal. Although this was a supermaster who had once dominated the East Continent, and the Alliance president's strength was far from being on par with him, he really wasn't afraid of Shanghai Tianhua. After all, this was the East Continent, and Shanghai Tianhua was far away in the North Island. There were rules among the top masters, and because of that, Shanghai Tianhua couldn't come to East Continent easily, and it was even more impossible for him to seek revenge for a disciple. But the latter part of Lin Yi's words made the Alliance president's heart skip a beat. Looking at the 5 sky-class islands, the Pil God Zhang Liju was a legend that could be counted with one's fingers, especially in the world of elixir refinement. This kind of influence and power was much stronger than the Shanghai Tianhua of the North Island. Plus, the Alliance president's biggest problem now was finding someone to concoct pills for him. Why did he have to lower his voice to Zhang Zili? Wasn't it because he wanted his help? One had to know that Zhang Zili was the only mystic-ranked first-level alchemist in the entire East Continent's Yellow Steppe Sea region. Although he had just broken through, a mystic-ranked alchemist was still a mystic-ranked alchemist. Just this point alone made Zhang Zili sit firmly on the position of the Yellow Steppe Sea region's #1 alchemist. No one could shake him. Let alone the Golden Class C region. Even in the higher Mystic Class C region, there weren't many Mystic first-level refiners. For a Mystic refiner like Zhang Zili to appear in the Golden Class C region out of nowhere was something that had never happened before. Even the Golden Class School Alliance had to treat her with respect, and it was no wonder that she was so arrogant and condescending. The Alliance president had no choice but to ask her for help. After all, she was the only Mystic first-level refiner here. Going to the Mystic Class C region to ask for help was much harder than asking Zhang Zili for help. He might be the Golden Class School Alliance president, and he could do whatever he wanted in the Golden Class C region, but once he went to the Mystic Class C region, there were many people stronger than him. It was impossible to ask for help from a Mystic first-level refiner. Chapter 49-32. It wasn't easy to invite Zhang Zili over, but Lin Yi turned him into this. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't pissed. If it weren't for his concerns, he would have killed 100 Lin Yis to vent his anger. But now, after hearing that Lin Yi claimed to be Zhang Liju's disciple, the guildmaster's eyes lit up. "You're a refiner?" The guildmaster asked subconsciously. If Lin Yi didn't say that, he wouldn't have thought of it in this direction. After all, refiners were synonymous with weak strength. How could there be a refiner as strong as Lin Yi? Of all the refiners with this kind of strength, there was only Zhang Liju. Perhaps even he couldn't compare to this Lin Yi. Killing a mountain opening early stage, mystic ascension early stage, Zhang Liju didn't have such a heaven-defying record back then. Mystic first level. Lin Yi was a master at lying. He didn't even bat an eyelid, calm and confident. The guildmaster had no choice but to believe him. "Are you serious? You're not lying to me?" The guildmaster was shocked. With such strength at such a young age, Lin Yi was definitely one of the top geniuses he had ever seen. But this guy claimed to be a mystic first-level refiner? This was heaven-defying. If it were anyone else who said this, the guildmaster would have sent them flying with a slap. Randomly meeting a mystic first-level refiner in the golden class waters. Did he think he was an idiot? But Lin Yi was different. Just the way he challenged Zhang Zili was enough to impress him. He didn't believe anyone else claiming to be a mystic first-level refiner. But since it came from Lin Yi, he really had to think about it. After all, this guy claimed to be Zhang Liju's disciple. If this was true, then it wouldn't be strange if Lin Yi was a mystic first-level refiner. To be able to become Zhang Liju's disciple meant that he had to be extremely talented. In terms of status, he was even higher than a normal disciple. If someone like this wasn't a mystic first-level refiner, then it would be a problem. "Haha, with the guild master's intelligence, do you think I can fool you?" Lin Yi gave him a compliment without a trace. Everyone liked to listen to compliments, and this powerful alliance leader was no exception. The Union Master's face softened a little, but he wouldn't believe Lin Yi's words just like that. He said he was a mystic level 1 refiner, and he said he was Zhang Liju's last disciple. There wasn't even a single witness. Who knew if this kid was just trying to scare the Union Master? Who can prove it? The Guildmaster asked. "Here, you can go ask that chick." Lin Yi pointed at Inai Kaiwe, who wasn't far away. At the same time, he was secretly happy. Since the Guildmaster asked this, it meant that he had taken the bait. Lin Yi, of course, couldn't be considered a true mystic first-level refiner. He had never made a mystic first-level refiner before. But this didn't stop him from using this trick to bait the Guildmaster. He wasn't just bluffing. After all, from a certain perspective, Lin Yi's skills were far above a normal 7th-level refiner. Otherwise, Qing Danzi wouldn't have begged him to be his disciple. It wasn't too much to pretend to be a mystic first-level refiner. The reason why he suddenly used this trick was because Lin Yi saw through the Guildmaster's weakness. This guy didn't really care about Zhang Zili's life and death. He was so humble to Zhang Zili just now. It was obvious that he had something to ask of him. Combining their identities, it wasn't hard to deduce that the mystic first-level refiner was the best trick to deal with him. After all, he was the president of the union. If he was just looking for someone to help him with alchemy, he should have a lot of 7th-grade alchemists under his command. Only a profound grade alchemist could make him humble like this. To put it bluntly, from the moment Lin Yi admitted his identity, it was a trap. He lured the Guildmaster step by step, and now he was only one step away from success. Scaring someone was a highly technical job. Not only did he have to be observant, but he also had to find the right solution to the problem. He also had to make use of the opponent's mentality to build momentum, making sure that his cover was flawless. Lin Yi was evidently very familiar with this. "She should be in the same group as you?" The Guildmaster glanced at Inai Kaiwe suspiciously. Since they were in the same group, then this woman's words didn't have any credibility. It was useless to ask. Witnesses can lie, but material evidence won't lie. Lin Yi smiled meaningfully. The Guildmaster was stunned when he heard the words, and then he understood Lin Yi's meaning. He immediately raised his hand and pointed at Inai Kaiwe and said, "You, come here." Because of the existence of the divine sense barrier, everyone around could only see the conversation between Lin Yi and the Guildmaster, but they didn't know what they were talking about. Even if everyone was itching in their hearts, they wouldn't dare to pry. After all, there was not only Lin Yi. a ruthless person who could challenge higher realms, but there was also a supermaster like the guildmaster. If they made any small movements, it would be impossible to escape the guildmaster's eyes and ears. At that time they wouldn't even know how they died. As a result, when everyone was itching in their hearts, the voice of the guildmaster suddenly came from inside, and everyone's eyes fell on Enai Kaiue. Ah, me? Enai Kaiue was shocked when she saw the guildmaster pointing at her. She panicked and stuttered. Although I'm in cahoots with him, I didn't hit anyone. Don't arrest me, don't arrest me. Everyone listened and looked at Enai Kaiue in a daze, not knowing what to say for a moment. Although Linny had long been used to this girl's magical thinking, at this time, he also had a speechless expression. What kind of thinking is this? If you really want to disassociate yourself, then don't say that you're in cahoots. In the end you say that you're in cahoots, but at the same time you say don't arrest me. Is this something a normal person can say? Linny shook his head inwardly. It was fortunate that he'd managed to scare the Alliance's leader. Otherwise the girl would have been dragged into the mess as well. That would have made him speechless. I'm not going to arrest you. I just want to ask you a few questions. The guildmaster frowned. If that's the case. Okay then, you said you won't arrest me. Enai Kaiue repeated worriedly, and then carefully walked to the side of the two. Chapter 49:33. Enai Kaiue subconsciously looked at Lin Yi, then shrunk her neck and replied, My name is Enai Kaiue. I'm a disciple of Donghua Academy. Okay, then tell me, is he a mystic level first level alchemist? The union leader asked directly. He's a mystic level first level alchemist? Enai Kaiue heard this and jumped up in shock. Luckily, there was a spiritual barrier around them, or else her voice would have been heard by the entire dock. You don't know? The union leader frowned and looked at Lin Yi. He thought that since this woman was on the same side, she would definitely nod without hesitation. Who would have thought that she would have this kind of reaction? I don't know, he didn't tell me. I only know that he's an alchemist. Enai Kaiue thought for a moment, then added, A very powerful alchemist. Oh, how powerful. The union leader's eyes lit up. He was able to refine 7 profound nurturing pills in less than half a day. Moreover, he only used 4 sets of ingredients. Isn't he amazing? Enai Kaiue's face was filled with pride as she said. Linny was speechless. This silly girl really didn't have any wariness at all. Was this something that she could casually tell others? Previously, she was harassed by Chong Lading and the others, and it was not wrong at all. But then again, he had already expected this. He had asked the union leader to ask Enai Kaiue for proof. If not, it would be hard for the other party to believe that he was a mystic level first level alchemist. After all, there was no proof for this kind of thing. He had to have enough evidence. Really? The union leader was instantly excited. 4 sets of materials to make 7 chi cultivating pills, and in less than half a day. This was definitely not something a 7th level alchemist could do. Once the truth of this matter could be verified, then there was no doubt that he was a mystic level first level alchemist. Of course it's true. I was the one who found the profound raising grass here. Here these 3 profound raising pills were concocted by him. As Enai Kaiue spoke, she pulled out the 3 profound raising pills with an expression of fear that the other party would not believe her. Linny was even more speechless. Although all of this was within his expectations, it was rare to see someone as forgetful as Enai Kaiue. Wasn't this silly girl afraid that the other party would be tempted by her wealth? But then again, Enai Kaiue was not really stupid. She was very careful when she took the profound raising pills. She deliberately used her body to block everyone's line of sight, only letting the union president see it. With the union president's strength and status, he naturally would not covet her trifling 3 profound raising pills. If she did not give them away, these pills would be completely useless to him. Looking at the 3 profound nurturing pellets in Enai Kaiue's hands, the union leader sank into silence, unable to conceal the shock on his face. Of course, he knew that the path of a tycoon produced profound nurturing grass, and these 3 pellets were of high quality, full of pill fragrance. They did not seem like pellets that had been concocted for a long time but rather recently. In other words, Enai Kaiue's words could be trusted. In fact, from the moment Enai Kaiue introduced herself, it was impossible for her to lie, because this kind of lie could be easily exposed, And once it was exposed, the anger of the leader of the Union was not something that a disciple of the early stage of the mysterious Ascension realm could bear. After a moment of silence, the Union leader's attitude suddenly changed. He turned to Lin Yi and smiled apologetically. Master Lin, let me reintroduce myself. I am the Golden Academy Union leader, Zhuang Yifan. I was presumptuous just now, please forgive me, Master Lin. Lin Yi saw the change in Zhuang Yifan's expression clearly. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. The big shots of the East Continent were much more snobbish than the big shots of the other Heaven Rank Islands. The big shots of the other Heaven Rank Islands all had to respect themselves and put on airs no matter what they did. However, the people of the East Continent were different. Almost every one of them had the ability to change their expressions. Lin Yi was already used to it. As the president of the alliance, Zhuang Yifan had always held a high position and was full of arrogance. He didn't even bother to let the Yellow Step Academy students know his name during the trial. That kind of arrogance was practically carved into his bones. But now he took the initiative to introduce himself with a smile. Coupled with his previous submissive attitude towards Zhang Zili, it could be seen that this person was also someone who knew when to submit and when to stand tall. His arrogance also depended on the person. President Zhuang, you're exaggerating. From the beginning to the end, you didn't do anything inappropriate. If I were in your position, I would have made the same choice. So you don't have to worry about such a small matter. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Although it was a little arrogant to talk to Zhuang Yifan in this tone, he was now a mystic-level first-level alchemist. If he didn't act so pretentiously, the other party might even suspect something was wrong. As expected of Senior Shangguan and Master Zhang's brilliant disciple, not only is Master Lin's strength extraordinary, but he also has such a rare temperament. You can be considered a role model for the young people of the East Continent. Zhuang Yifan smiled. He wasn't just flattering Lin Yi. He was truly impressed. One should know that the more talented one was, the more arrogant they were. He had seen his fair share of super geniuses. Although they were indeed outstanding, they all had their eyes on the top of their heads. Based on this point alone, Lin Yi, who knew when to advance and when to retreat, was at least 10 streets ahead of those super geniuses. President Zhuang, you flatter me. Lin Yi smiled non-committally. He turned to look at Zhang Zili and the others who were lying unconscious on the side and said, Then what do you plan to do about today's incident? Do you need me to give you another explanation? Master Lin, you must be joking. They all brought this upon themselves. Zhang Zili also said that this was a private matter between you all. You kept saying that they died for nothing. I couldn't even persuade them to stop. This is obvious to all. Why would I need to do anything unnecessary? Zhuang Yifan was quick to turn hostile. Forget standing up for Zhang Zili. He would be lucky if he didn't step forward and kick her. Of course, this was also because Zhang Zili didn't know how to behave herself. She thought that because she was a mystic-level first-level alchemist, she could act all high and mighty just because Zhuang Yifan wanted something from her. Based on her previous behavior, anyone would be furious, not to mention Zhuang Yifan. Lin Yi smiled. This was expected. Zhuang Yifan waved his hand and said to the alliance guards beside him, Send Master Zhang and the others back to the Tripod City Academy's treasure ship. Although this is a private matter between them, it's not right to leave them lying here. Chapter 49-34. They didn't know what the two of them were whispering about. Seeing that Zhuang Yifan's attitude toward Zhang Zili's group had suddenly become so cold, they couldn't help but be astonished. However, they didn't dare to show any neglect on their faces and hurriedly carried Zhang Zili's group away. They were only responsible for sending them back to the Tripod City Academy's ship. They didn't care about anything else. They didn't even care if Zhang Zili and the others were dead or alive. Everyone knew that this was a hot potato and they would avoid it. Why would they care about other people's business? Master Lin, if you don't mind, why don't we go to the Alliance's division for a cup of tea? Let me be the host? From beginning to end, Zhuang Yifan didn't even look at Zhang Zili and the others. He was wholeheartedly trying to please Lin Yi. There's an Alliance division here? Lin Yi was slightly surprised. That's right. The headquarters of the Huang-Grade College Alliance is located in Leidong City, but Leidong Plain Island is an important place for the Alliance. Naturally, there's a branch here as well. The conditions are not bad. Master Lin, you can go there to rest and relieve your fatigue. Zhuang Yifan introduced with a smile. Oh, I'll send the Morning Star Academy's disciples back first. I'll go back at night when I have time. Linny nodded. Of course. I'll send you back. Zhuang Yifan hurried to please him. As the president of the Golden Rank Academy Alliance, it was hard for him to humble himself like this. However, there was no other way. Alchemists had such a high status, especially Mystic Level 1 alchemists. Even in the Mystic Sea region, they were respected guests no matter where they went. Even Magnate Realm experts like them didn't dare to look down on these people. Most of the time they had to be as careful as they were now. After all, there was no telling when they would have to beg the alchemists for help. All right. Linny glanced at him with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, and didn't hold back. In fact, he couldn't be polite even if he wanted to. Even though Zhuang Yifan already believed that he was a Mystic Level 1 alchemist, it was obvious that he didn't trust him completely. Other than trying to please Lin Yi, Zhuang Yifan was probably afraid that Lin Yi would slip away halfway. If Lin Yi were to reject him, it would only make him suspicious. Little and I, let's part ways here. We'll meet again in the future. Lin Yi turned around and bid farewell to Enai Kaiwe. Oh. Enai Kaiwe was still in a daze. She was stunned for a long time before she nodded her head. From the moment Lin Yi took care of the two unlucky chancellors, to when he went against the trend and overthrew Zhang Ziji, and now she was inexplicably being complimented by Zhuang Yifan, the series of events today could be said to be a series of shocking twists and turns. Even now, she still hadn't fully recovered from it. Seeing this, Lin Yi chuckled and no longer paid attention to this silly girl. He extended his hand and called Wang Xinyan and the others over. Under the respectful gazes of the crowd, Zhuang Yifan personally escorted them back to the Morning Star Academy's treasured ship. At the same time, the treasured ship of the Morning Star Academy was in a mess. The commotion caused by Lin Yi and the others was too big. Not only did it attract the attention of many of the Academy's disciples, but the huge commotion caused by the thunder burial was even more earth-shattering, causing the surrounding sea to surge. If not for the huge tonnage of the treasured ship, it would have capsized long ago. Under these circumstances, if the people on the ship still didn't know that something had happened to Lin Yi and the others, they would definitely be deceiving themselves. It was just that the two places were too far apart, so they didn't know the specifics of the situation. They only knew that Lin Yi and the others were in huge trouble. At this moment, the leader of the chancellors was burning with anxiety. Although Lin Yi wasn't a disciple of the Morning Star Academy, his position in the academy was far more important than the other disciples. If he were to fall on the Thunder Plains Island, as the leader of the chancellors, he would really have to carry his head back. The heads of the academy would definitely not let him off easily. As for the chief alchemist, Qing Danzi, he would probably fight to the death with him. Fortunately, the news that they had received at this time only stopped at the point where the Alliance Guards had captured Lin Yi. They still didn't know that Lin Yi and Zhang Zili, the head of the mountain opening stage, were going to fight to the death. Otherwise, the leader of the chancellors would probably faint from fear. There's no other way. The only thing we can do now is to quickly send a message to the heads of the academy. No matter what, we have to think of a way to redeem Master Lin. We can't let him be detained in this place. Otherwise, if something happens to him, I won't be able to be a chancellor anymore. The leader of the chancellors was anxious like an ant on a hot pan. He muttered as he paced around. On the other side of the ship, Bao Zuoyang and Su Kesheng, who had returned long ago, were gloating. If it weren't for so many pairs of eyes on the ship, the two of them would have wanted to start a celebration banquet to celebrate. Ever since they went for wool and came home shorn on the path of a tycoon, these two had a belly full of bad luck. If it weren't for the fact that they had some self-awareness, they might have continued to try and get Lin Yi killed on the path of a tycoon, but that was just a fantasy. Even if Bao Zuoyang was impulsive, Su Kesheng would definitely stop him. He had no choice but to stop him. He would be courting death if he went to the path of giants. But this time the two of them didn't need to worry about it at all. Lin Yi, the arrogant pretentious guy, kicked an iron plate himself. After coming out, he actually dared to cause trouble in public. Even the Alliance Guards were alarmed. Could it be that he would still have a good ending? The Alliance Guards are famous for being tyrannical and overbearing. Lin Yi, that kid, is also arrogant. Now that he has fallen into the hands of the Alliance guards, even if he doesn't die, he will lose a layer of skin. Bao Zuoyang lowered his voice and said excitedly, "In my opinion, it's not as simple as losing a layer of skin. Maybe this guy won't even be able to keep his life." Su Kexing sneered. "It can't be, right? Even the Alliance guards won't kill people casually. It can't be that exaggerated, right?" Although Bao Zuoyang wanted Lin Yi to die even in his dreams, he hadn't reached the point of deceiving himself. Originally there wasn't. But this time there definitely is. And I dare say that there is an 80 to 90% chance. Su Kexing said confidently. "Why is that? Tell me quickly." Bao Zuoyang's eyes suddenly lit up. "Young Master Bao, didn't you hear what those people said just now? The person Lin Yi provoked this time is not an ordinary person. It's Chong Lading of Tripod City Academy. That's a famous person. Moreover, he even knocked out 2 chancellors of Tripod City Academy. Now that things have escalated to this point, it's already too late to resolve," Su Kexing analyzed. "But even so, he won't be killed directly, right?" Bao Zuoyang was a little stunned. Chapter 49-35. "That's right. Great, that's great, Lin Yi is dead for sure." Bao Zuoyang was so excited that he laughed heartily. Even if you beat them to death, they wouldn't have thought that the mountain opening stage magnate was already dead, and had already become Lin Yi's stepping stone. Just as the two of them were rejoicing in Lin Yi's misfortune, their expressions suddenly froze at the same time. They were shocked to see that Lin Yi and the rest had actually returned unscathed, and there was no sign of the Alliance's guards. What's going on? Bao Zuoyang was dumbfounded. This was completely different from what he had expected. It's indeed a little strange, but we can confirm that Lin Yi has indeed committed a crime. Young Master Bao, look, even the president of the Alliance was alarmed, and he actually personally escorted him back. It's obvious how serious this matter is. Su Kexing immediately saw through the truth. That's right, you're still the one who sees things clearly. You hit the nail on the head. I almost thought that he had escaped unscathed. Bao Zuoyang immediately heaved a sigh of relief. As the two of them spoke, the rest of the people on the boat also saw Lin Yi and the rest. Suddenly seeing Zhuang Yifan, the chancellor who was at his wits' end suddenly jumped in fright. Without caring about anything else, he immediately rushed off the boat to welcome them. I am the chancellor of the Morning Star Academy, Li Ran. I didn't know that President Zhuang would personally come, so I didn't welcome you. Please forgive me, President Zhuang. Li Ran respectfully greeted him. Although he was relieved to see that Lin Yi and the rest were unscathed, Zhuang Yifan's personal appearance still made his heart tremble. Because of the previous news, he and Bao Zuoyang had the same preconceived idea that Zhuang Yifan had personally escorted Lin Yi back. Chancellor Li, you're exaggerating. Zhuang Yifan calmly waved his hand, not in the mood to talk to Li Ran. He was the dignified president of the Alliance, while the other party was just a lowly chancellor. Both of them were far apart in terms of strength and status. He, Zhuang Yifan, could humble himself in front of mystic alchemists like Zhang Zili and Lin Yi, but in front of these people, he was the high and mighty leader of the Union, with an intimidating aura full of authority. Under normal circumstances, Li Ran would not have dared to speak to Zhuang Yifan. However, he had no choice but to do so. He could only bite the bullet and apologize. President Zhuang, Master Lin is an important guest of our Morning Star Academy. His participation in the Path of the Magnate was approved by the Alliance headquarters. Since he is not familiar with the rules of the Academy Alliance, I hope President Zhuang will forgive him if he has done anything wrong. Our Morning Star Academy will take full responsibility. Shoulder all the responsibility? Zhuang Yifan looked at him strangely. If Lin Yi wasn't a mystic rank 1 alchemist, he would have died 1,000 times over for what he had done. Even Zhang Zili was beaten to the point of death. How could a mere Morning Star Academy take full responsibility for this? Zhang Zili was the chief alchemist of the Tripod City Academy. He was the leader of the alchemists in the entire Yellow Class C region. Now that something had happened to her, even an idiot would know that the Tripod City Academy would not let this go easily. Although the Morning Star Academy was not weak, it was still lacking compared to the Tripod City Academy, which was the cradle of alchemists. If they really fought to the death, the Morning Star Academy would most likely collapse. Of course, the more likely scenario was that the Morningstar Academy realized that the situation wasn't looking good, and pushed Linny out for the Tripod City Academy to vent their anger, abandoning the pawn to protect the rook. However, that was based on the premise that Linny was only a student of an ordinary academy. Judging from Linny's feat of going against the tide and defeating Zhang Zili, this assumption was obviously unreliable. Moreover, he was a mystic rank 1 alchemist. With such an important figure, the Morningstar Academy would probably fight to the bitter end, even if it meant perishing indiscriminately. After all, as long as Linny matured, he would be a heavenly protective umbrella. If the Morningstar Academy could receive his full support, it wouldn't be impossible for the Yellow Class Academy to become a Mystic Class Academy in one fell swoop. As long as the Morningstar Academy's 3 magnates weren't stupid, they would definitely protect him at all costs. Therefore, Li Ren's statement of taking full responsibility wasn't out of line. Could it be that Master Lin has made a huge mess of things? Seeing Zhuang Yifan's strange gaze, Li Ren's heart skipped a beat. The difference in their levels was too big. If the other party really wanted to do something to Lin Yi, he wouldn't be able to stop him. A huge mess of things? You could say that. To others it would indeed be a huge mess of things, but to Master Lin it's too much of an exaggeration. At most, it's just a small inconvenience. Zhuang Yifan smiled reservedly. He had already given Lin Yi a lot of face by saying this much. It was impossible for him to explain any further. At least Li Ren definitely didn't have that much face. Small inconvenience? Li Ren was stunned. This was completely different from the information he had just received. Those people had said that Lin Yi had killed 2 chancellors of the Cauldron City Academy. How could this be considered a small inconvenience? Zhuang Yifan had no interest in explaining to him. He turned to Lin Yi and smiled apologetically. Master Lin, I won't disturb you on the ship. I don't think you welcome me. Although he said this, he didn't have any intention of leaving. His intentions were clear. Now that Zhang Zili, whom he had spent so much effort to invite, was dead or alive, if he allowed Lin Yi to slip away, then he would really be screwed. Compared to the Grand Alchemy plan, his reputation as the president of the alliance was not worth mentioning. Lin Yi looked at the confused Li Ren, then looked at Zhuang Yifan, who was putting on an act. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel helpless. Since Zhuang Yifan was so thick-skinned, he couldn't just play dumb and let him go, could he? He was the guild leader of the alliance after all, and that would be too much. Moreover, Zhuang Yifan was the president of the alliance. These Huang stage academies wouldn't even be able to invite him normally. If he was willing to board the Morningstar Academy's treasured ship, then it would be a great honor for the academy. This was a good opportunity to show off in front of all the other academies. President Zhuang, what are you saying? You're a distinguished guest that no one can invite. Since you're already here, why don't you board for a while? Otherwise, if word got out, wouldn't it damage the reputation of the Morningstar Academy? Outsiders would say that the Morningstar Academy doesn't know how to behave properly. I wouldn't dare let the Morningstar Academy take this kind of blame, Lin Yi said with a smile. Master Lin, it would be impolite of me to refuse. No matter what, I can't tarnish the reputation of the Master Lin. Zhuang Yifan immediately found Lin Yi to be even more pleasing to the eye. It was rare to see such a super genius. This kid's future was limitless. Chapter 49-36. Just as they were about to board the ship, a familiar female voice came from behind. Lin Yi, how are you? Are you okay? Lin Yi and the others turned around and saw Huiyuti running over anxiously. She had heard the rumor on the ship just like Li Ren and the others, so she rushed over anxiously. Huiyuti knew more details than Li Ren about the disturbance just now because there were people from Morning Pride Academy passing by. Not only did she hear that Lin Yi killed Chang Lading, the former 4th young master of Nascent Soul Stage, and 2 Chancellor of Cauldron City Academy in the late Profound Ascension Stage, but even Zhang Zili, who was in the early Mountain Opening Stage, was beaten to a pulp by him. Regarding this, she was shocked and proud, but she was also frightened. Just killing the 3 people in front of her was already a big deal, and the worst thing was that Lin Yi actually killed Zhang Zili, who was the only profound first-level alchemist in the Yellow Level C. Once the Academy Alliance dealt with this strictly, especially if the higher-ups of Cauldron City Academy came out to cause trouble, Lin Yi would be in big trouble this time. He might not even be able to keep his life, so how could Huiyuti not come? Seeing Huiyuti appear, Linny couldn't help but feel happy and touched. But this time it wasn't just Huiyuti, there were two other people behind her. One was Lu Ziyu, the other was Ren Zhongyan. When the incident happened, Lu Ziyu was still in her room and was dragged out by the anxious Huiyuti. After hearing about Lin Yi's matter on the way, she was also shocked. Her purpose for appearing here was very simple, and that was to find a way to plead for mercy for Lin Yi. No matter what, she had to at least save Lin Yi's life. Although Lu Ziyu knew that this might not be useful, she was after all a mountain opening stage powerhouse, and the deputy dean of Morning Pride Academy. She believed that as long as she told Lin Yi's background, Zhuang Yifan would analyze the pros and cons, and even if he refused to reduce the matter to a small one, he should not put Lin Yi to death. Otherwise, he would offend both the North Island and West Island, and normal people would not do such a stupid thing. It wasn't strange for Lu Ziyu to appear here, but it wasn't Huiyuti's intention for Ren Zhongyan to come and join in the fun as well. This guy seemed to have a complicated expression on his face, but the corners of his lips were clearly showing delight at Lin Yi's misfortune. He wouldn't be Ren Zhongyan if he didn't come and personally witness such a delightful event. Speaking of which, this guy was actually a talent. Ever since he was chased away by Lin Yi on the path of giants, he, Xiaotian and the others spent a long time to finally find the Thunder Tribulation Point. But among all of them, he was the only one who successfully advanced to profound ascension, and it was very rare that he did not use the Thunder Xian pill. Although his father, Ren Tiansuo, was a 7th-grade alchemist, even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. No matter how strong one's alchemy ability was, it was useless without the Thunder Xian vine. It could not be conjured out of thin air. And rare elixirs like the Thunder Xian pill could not be bought except in large-scale auctions. Even if it appeared in large-scale auctions, the probability of it appearing was very low, and it was the same as the last Morningstar auction ceremony. Often, as soon as it appeared, it would be the rhythm of all the big shots desperately fighting for it. How could it be easy for Ren Zhongyan to snatch the Thunder Xian pill from these people? However, the Thunder Xian pill was not necessary to advance to profound ascension. The Thunder Xian pill was only the first choice to deal with the Thunder Tribulation. For most people, the Thunder Xian pill was something that they could only hope for. They could only settle for the next best thing like the 7th-grade Great Recovery pill. Although this would greatly affect the fusion of the spiritual root, as long as they were strong enough and lucky enough, they still had a chance to advance to profound ascension. At the very least, they could save their lives. However, what Ren Zhongyuan used was not the 7th-grade Great Recovery pill, but the top-grade healing elixir, the longevity pill, which was refined from the longevity root. Its effect was much better than the 7th-grade Great Recovery pill. The last time he went to West Island with Yi Xiaotian and the others, the main purpose was to collect the longevity root. Relying on the almost nature-defying healing effect of the longevity pill, Ren Zhongyuan forcibly survived the Thunder Tribulation and successfully advanced to profound ascension. This was already considered very powerful for ordinary people. At least, Yi Xiaotian and Yao Jieli, who had the same conditions, did not succeed in advancing. Until now, they were still lying in bed and had not recovered their vitality. To think that you would have such a day. God has really opened his eyes. Ren Zhongyuan looked at Lin Yi, who was personally captured by Zhuang Yifan. Speaking of which, his success in advancing this time was largely due to Lin Yi. If he had not been tortured by Lin Yi's 5 elements murderous aura, his willpower would not have been so tempered. It would have been very difficult for him to grit his teeth and endure the attack of the Thunder Tribulation. In the end, it was very likely that he would have failed at the last step just like Yi Xiaotian and the others. However, Ren Zhongyuan obviously would not be grateful to Lin Yi, unless his brain was really flooded with water. While Ren Zhongyuan was secretly feeling happy, Huiyuti had already rushed forward regardless of everything. She stood in front of Lin Yi and said to Zhuang Yifan, Lin Yi was only defending himself. Moreover, it was those people from Tripod City Academy who threatened him first. The fault is not with Lin Yi but with them. You can't take Lin Yi away. While arguing for what was right, Huiyuti kept giving her master meaningful looks, indicating for Lu Ziyu to quickly speak up. However, Lu Ziyu did not speak immediately. Huiyuti was confused due to her concern, but she could already tell that something was wrong with the situation. At the very least, Zhuang Yifan was clearly not here to cause trouble. Looking at their expressions, why did it seem more like they were here to visit? Go ahead and plead for him. This brat has caused such a commotion that even the president of the alliance has personally come to arrest him. What's the use of pleading? It will only make his death even more miserable and faster. Similarly, Ren Zhongyuan could not see the situation clearly. At this moment he was already imagining the scene of Lin Yi being sliced into 1,000 pieces. Just thinking about it gave him great satisfaction. However, before Ren Zhongyuan could have a good time in his heart, Zhuang Yifan's first words caused his expression to change, and he almost choked to death. Master Lin, this is? Zhuang Yifan looked at Hui Yudi curiously. Although he did not say any